Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 14 September 2023.
Somebody is calling. Yes, Latikunda Sabiji.
Yeah, Honorable Kante told me to tell you that he's sick. He cannot come today.
Honorable member for Latikunda Sabiji. I know what the Mandingas call Koringo. You are a definite Koringo. After all what we have talked about as to the process of taking permission to go, he's just telling me he's sick and cannot come. Minority, I think you have a lot of work to do. All right, honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 14 September 2023 is before us for consideration and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I rest to move that the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Thursday, 14th of September 2023 be considered for correction and approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you very much, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 14th September 2023 be considered and approved. Honorable members, I think we've all got copies of the said votes of records and proceedings. And as usual, we go through it page by page, beginning with page 1. Any member who wants to make observations or comments on it may now do so. Honorable members, we now move to page 2. Hello? Yes, Jara Central.
Number 5, page 1. Bills. Then order 72. The S should be striped. Order 72.
Honorable members, I was just having consultations with the table office. I don't know. The record of votes and proceedings is yours, and you have the final say. He's saying that it is borrowed from the standing orders. Just like when we lay papers, we say laying of papers, even if it is one paper. So equally, he felt that it should be orders 72. And I was asking him, how did you come by that? The standing orders may make inference that it may not be 1, it may be 2, 3, 4, 5. If it is more than 1, you have orders. If it is 1, then that orders should be order. But he gave the example of laying of papers. He is referring us to order of business, that's 14, and then he's saying J. You know, the order of business is enumerated. A, B, C, D, up to M. And then in J, it says bills. So I don't know what inference he is making here. J is bills. He said, sorry. Honorable members, we have finally agreed that on the 5, Honorable Member for Jara Central's observations, is bills. Then we have order 72. It should be order 72. The S should go out. Any more observations on page 1? Page 2. Honorable members, we now move to page 3. Honorable Member for Bakau.
Page 3, under communication from the chair, where you have Honorable Fali M. Kora. Kora is spelled as double R, but then it should be single R instead double.
The chorus should be single R. I think Honorable Kora himself is around. Noted, thank you very much. Any more on page 3? We move to page 4. Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 4, where you say matters of the day. The second paragraph, you said, member for all Yundum to deliver his matter of the day. So I think it is to deliver his statement on the matter of the day. The statement is his, but the matter of the day belongs to us.
Honorable members, I think we've just last sentence on page 4. To deliver his matters of the day. Thank you very much. Any more on page 4, honorable members? Yes, it's corrected, it's noted. To deliver his statements on matters of the day, huh? On page 4, honorable member for Woolly East, I think it's to deliver his statements on matters of the day, His statements on, pardon? Can you use your microphone?
Yes. You said that the Honorable Ablaye is a member for all Yundum move a motion to withdraw his statement on the matter of the day. That's what it does. Okay, sorry.
We are on page 4, honorable members. Last sentence of page 4. The Honorable Speaker invited Honorable Abdoulaye Cisse, member for all Yundum, to deliver what you have is to deliver his matter of the day. that is being corrected to deliver his statement on matters of the day.
And wherever it is, because it's in 2 or 3 places.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woodley East. Now we move to page 5. Yeah, Jara Central.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Page 5, item number 5, bills. The bill should carry S there. Order 72.
Thank you very much. Page 5, item 5, bills. Bill is what is written, it should be bills. And I think the Honorable Member for Opanyomi may refer also something, which should be on page 5.
The member for Woolly is said that wherever it appears can be collected. It's the same thing on Honorable Blasi say, for all you know, move a motion to withdraw his statement on the matter of the day, something like it.
Okay.
That's how it should be.
Okay, it is wherever it appears. Okay. Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you. It's just a typo, consideration at the committee stage. Where you say question put agreed to. So it's question put and. The and is missing throughout. So
Where? You
consideration stage, the committee of the whole assembly. 1, question put agreed to. The and is missing. So wherever it is throughout the pages. The and is
Honorable members, have you seen it? Yeah, that is the last 4 sentences, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Am I right? Question put and agreed to. The A and D is missing. Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly. Any more on page 5? Honorable Members, we move to page 6. Honorable Members, the same applies to the number 6 on top of page 6. And in fact, 7, 8, 9, and 10, huh? All of them, okay. We move to page 7, Jara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 7, motion to sit beyond 6 o'clock, orders 11 and 13. The first paragraph there, Honorable Seni Jawara, member for Lower Salum, moved a motion for assembly. Between 4 and assembly, we should insert Article D there. for the Assembly to sit beyond 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Honorable members, you have noted it down. I think you've all seen it. The Jara Central's proposed amendment. Motion to sit beyond 6 o'clock, orders 11 and 13.2. Honorable Seni Jawara, member for Lower Salum, moved a motion for the Assembly. THE. Yes, Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Just a small one. The fourth paragraph, where you say 29 minutes after 5 o'clock in the after. The noon is missing. Noon after. After. Should be afternoon.
At 29 minutes after 5 o'clock in the after. Thank you very much. And honorable members, the same corrections appear all the 16 to 23. Honorable members, we now move to page 8. The same corrections continue from 24 to 33. No further questions or observations? On page 8. Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Honorable Speaker, after the resumption of the Assembly, the motion to report what definitely transpired at the Committee of the Whole Assembly, I think it's not captured. Should it be captured or?
Not captured.
Like if you look at the standing orders with reference to standing order 73, but if it is not, tell me, it's fine.
Any more honorable members or observations? We are fine. Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 14th September 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 53 Chi. It reads, a motion agreed by the Speaker to be a matter of urgency. Honorable Speaker, it could be recalled that the one of the EPAC recommendations is for the committee to prepare the resolution and present to the August Assembly for consideration and approval. We did a first resolution on Thursday, and it was agreed that we refer the second resolution to be laid today. On that note, I beg to take leave of the Speaker and the National Assembly to do the continuation and lay the second resolution of the FPAC. Thank you.
You can continue, granted.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, draft resolution of the National Assembly on FPAC's report 2023. Whereas the National Assembly considered the recommendation of the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee for the period June 2022 to July 2023 on the 2029 audited accounts of the government, annual active reports and audited financial statements of public agencies and institutions, city, municipal, and area councils. Recognizing the good work of the Auditor General and the quick responses of the Accountant General to the FPAC, applauding the FPAC for working during odd hours to deliver this comprehensive report, cognizant of the provisions of the 1997 Constitution of the Gambia, Public Finance Act 2014, and the Financial Regulations of 2016. Now, therefore, resolve 1, the comprehensive list of fraudulent cases across government institutions, particularly the Accountant General's Office, the Auditor General's Office, the Inspector General of Police, and the judiciary, including names, amount, date, and their current status. Failure of the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC. 2, that all unreconciled government transactions indicated in the 2019 audited accounts be reconciled by the Accountant General before the end of financial year 2023 and reports sent to FPAC, failure of which the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, must punish the people concerned. 3, that the Minister of Finance must provide a written explanation to FPAC on or before 28 September 2023. The reasons why 404 environments totaling to $2,687,362,341.40 budgets were made over the maximum threshold of 75%. For the Secretary General at the Office of the President and the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Works must provide a written explanation to the FPAC as to why the approval for a single source procurement for the rehabilitation work at the State House was sought after the completion of the work on or before 28 September 2023. 5, the Secretary General Office of the President and the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works, must provide a written explanation to FPAC for accepting Banjul drainage roads and sewage contract and evidence that Guy Enterprise is the most suitable and qualified contractor to carry out this project on or before 28 September 2023. 6, the Accountant General must present all unpresented payment vouchers and supporting documents amounting to $392,091.67 buttons to the auditors for review on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. 7, Contracts Committee and the Secretary General at the Office of the President in 2019 reimbursed the sum of $950,000 being contingency amount that were asked to remove from the contract with Guy Construction for the rehabilitation of State House by the GBA on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. 8, that the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment, must provide to the Auditor General and FPAC all agreements all agreements they have with the government of Senegal relating to all forfeited timber seized on Gambian soil and all the payments made from the proceeds on or before 28 September 2023. And 9, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment, must provide to the auditor and FPAC the authority to spend the funds generated from the sale of confiscated timber on or before 28 September 2023. That the Ministry of Finance provide a written explanation that is 10 to the auditors and FPAC the procurement of 15 motor vehicles brand that are different from the specifications on the contract on or before September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to the FPAC within 90 days. 11, that the Ministry of Finance provide a written explanation with supporting documents to the auditors and FPAC for the procurement and delivery of outstanding 2 motor vehicles and their locations on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of the Inspector General of Police to launch an investigation immediately and report back to the FPAC within 90 days. 12, that a Nissan Patrol pickup vehicle purchased for Panchan PRU be delivered to the IGP for delivery on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. 13, that the Chief of Staff and Inspector General of Police must ensure that commandeering of any vehicles stops immediately. And 14, that the PURA must immediately levy appropriate fines on Jar Oil for their willful non-compliance with the regulations. And 15, the Department of Fiscal Planning must not use permit for construction of fuel stations prior to PURA's approval. 16, that the Ministry of Youth and Sports must regularize the situation at the National Youth Service Scheme by end of October 2023, failure of which the budget for the institution must not be considered. 17, the Director General of the Gambia Bureau of Statistics must ensure that some payment vouchers amounting to $450,890 that were not presented for audit inspection are provided to the auditors on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. 18, that the Director General, GCCPC, must ensure that the monies involved in fraud case concerning fuel coupons defrauded by their staff be fully recovered on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation for possible prosecution within 90 days. 19, that the principal of the Gambia College must provide all missing vouchers amounting to $21 million to the auditors on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. And 20, that the Select Committee on Regional Government must visit Brikama Area Council latest by end of October 2023 to investigate issues relating to the new BAC office building. And 21, that the CEO of Janjambure Area Council must immediately provide all missing vouchers on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the equivalent amount to be deposited into the accounts of the Janjambure Area Council or the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. 22, that the Director of Finance at Kuntaur Area Council must refund the amount $198,548 claimed to have been used for said settle on or before September 28. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report to FPAC within 90 days.
Honorable member, 22.
Yeah,
The figure you are quoting.
Yeah, that is the correction. I will explain that later. That's the correction. The figure is not there. That's the correction.
Can we have the figure?
$98,548. $548.
48.
48, yes. $198,548. claimed to have been used for said settle on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. 23, that the Select Committee on Regional Government and Lands, Ombudsman, and IEC must ensure that the Local Government Act 2022 and the Finance and Audit Manual 2004 are reviewed latest December 2023, that the judiciary prepare their accounts and submit them for audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023.
Chairman, correction.
2000.
Honorable.
Can we go 23, that the Select Committee on Regional Government and Lands, Ombudsman, and IEC must ensure the Local Government Act 2002, and the Finance and Audit Manual 2004 are reviewed latest December 2023. And 24, that the judiciary prepare their accounts and submit them for audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023.
Correction on 24, Chairman.
Yes.
Can you, honorable member, if it is going to be correction, why don't we wait, note it down, after it, we participate and do the correction?
Yeah, I read.
There may be a lot of corrections or observations
that the
coming
judiciary
up.
prepare accounts and submit them for audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023. And 25, that the GPPA to provide to the FPAC the compliance report of every institution receiving public funds during the review of the institutions. And 26, that all government institutions must immediately regularize all rental agreements they have with the Committee on Rent and Accommodation and desist from any further negotiations on their own. 27, that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December 2020 to FPAC will have their budget not approved. 28, that the Auditor General to start incorporating the ICT audits in their works across all institutions of government beginning in 2023. 29, that the Auditor General to immediately investigate the written off of $19,758,493.90 roads by National Roads Authority for an advance they have paid to corporate. 30, that the Auditor General and the Accountant General must ensure that the audited accounts of the government for the years 2020 to 2021 are submitted to the National Assembly by end of October 2023. 31, that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Justice must review government's engagement with GAMWorks to protect public interest by end of October 2023. And 32, that the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, be held responsible for all penalties on late payments on loans, interest, and commitment charges for untimely utilization of project disbursements beginning September 2023. And 33, that the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education in 2019 reimbursed the government the sum of $30,451 being payment made on expired contract on the number stated by end of September 2023. 34, that the board controllers to refund government all money spent on single source procurements that have not been authorized prior to any purchase effective immediately. 35, that all ministries must provide to FPAC all projects on their ministries for both self-accounting and non-self-accounting projects, and the people that are overseeing these projects on or before 28 September 2023. And 36, that the Minister for Justice and the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs to provide to the Auditor General and the FPAC information relating to the Janneh Commission's treasury receipts amounting to $319,957.90 butus on or before 28 September 2023. And finally, 37, that all councils to prepare credible accounts from 2019 to 2020 by the end of October 2023, and the accounts of 2021 to 2022 by the end of December 2023, and submit them to the Auditor General for auditing, done on this 18th day of September 2023.
Honorable members, we just need a seconder. And honorable members, what will be done is after the motion being seconded, we will open the floor for your proposals, either inclusion or deletion or observations on the itemized resolutions. Any member who wants to second the motion? Honorable member for Opanyumi.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to second the motion and also to give my own bit about the whole resolution. I think the resolution is apt, and this is what has been recommended by the plenary. Yes, this is what has been recommended by plenary. Public money should be accounted for, and whatever the auditor said, the FPAC and all other authorities concerned must make sure that all the bottles are recovered. The Gambia government coffers. Honorable member for the Kama South and the minority leader, not rather, thank you very much and your committee for doing this important job on behalf of us. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. Honorable members, we are not going into debate about the motion. It has been debated here. And we have directed the FPAC to come out with resolutions. And they have just tabled before us these resolutions. Our job here is to look at the resolutions, add or delete, or if there are omissions, we remind them to include, not to debate about whether it's need for accountability and transparency and all these things. We've done that. So, honorable members, if you have any observations, you can just raise your tags and then we will note them down.
Correction, Honorable Speaker. I was asked to wait. Can I take the floor now?
Yeah, Honorable, everybody, there are a lot of people who want to make corrections. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's now for corrections and everything. They are making a list.
Then my name should be first.
Have you submitted? Have you?
Yes, by virtue of your ruling, I should be number one.
Could have done it when it's time for you to put your question or that you want to take the floor. That's the time you should do. At that time, we are not taking questions.
I didn't withdraw, Honorable Speaker. Please.
Yeah, but I'm saying when I open the floor, and now the floor is to be taken, you raise your tag and then you take your name will be written.
Honorable Speaker, this is coming from the committee. It's not myself. It's coming from the committee. It's important that the House have the report as it should be. We realized the correction when it was late. So this is not me, it's the committee. You want to give the correct input.
Honorable nominated member, yes, it's coming from the committee, and the committee will have their time to lay it before Parliament for acceptance or rejection or whatever. But what we are saying is the format is when you want to talk, your name, your tag is up and the list is provided. And based on that list, if somebody wants to talk, you raise your tag and they will write the name. That's what I'm saying. We are not going to put away anybody. Whoever wants to say something about the resolution, we will give you the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a reminder. I raised my tag for correction during the proceedings, and I was clearly told before everybody that I should wait after the presentation. So that's a fair treatment.
We are going to accept an appeal.
But the fact that you have interjected at the wrong time does not qualify you to come first. You wanted to make it, I said, no, that's not the time, wait for the time. When the time comes, you raise and we give you the floor. If you want to take the floor.
It's okay, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, so I want you to recognize that, please. So, honorable members, as I said, no need to debate the resolutions. We have debated, we have agreed, we have asked them to go and prepare the resolutions. Our job here is one, has it captured all what we needed? Have they made proposals that we don't agree with? Or have they, should we adjust or amend some other things? Those proposals should come and we look at it and do what is necessary. Now, honorable nominated member, what do you have to say?
Let's follow the rules. I will raise my time.
Honorable nominated member, I don't expect that from you.
Hey, Honorable Speaker, I
am on the floor, please. I don't definitely expect that from you.
Honorable Speaker.
If you are not taking the floor, just let me know.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want to refer the House to number 24 of the resolution. It currently reads that the judiciary prepare their accounts and submit them to audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023. This would imply that we are asking for current year audits, which was not what the committee agreed to. So now the committee have realized it, and it should be corrected as follows: that the judiciary prepare their accounts from the year ended 31st December 2016 to the year ended 31st December 2022 and submit them to the auditors on or before the 31st of December 2023. Okay. Thank you.
Can you repeat it? That the judiciary prepare their accounts from?
That the judiciary prepare their accounts from the year ended 31st December 2016.
For the year ended. For the year ended.
From the year ended 31st December 2016.
And at 31st December
2016
to
the year ended 31st December 2022. To the year ended 31st December 2022.
And submit them for audit.
And submit them to the Auditor General.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we've noted those corrections. Honorable Member Fofoni Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number 36. I have a proposal, two proposals that I'm suggesting in regard to this. That is, it reads this way. The Minister of Justice and Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs to provide the Auditor General and the FPAG information relating to the Janneh Commission's treasury receipts amounting to 22,319,557.992 on or before 28th September 2023. The first suggestion is this. I see through it as if it is not done, what will come next? One, failure of which, I want to add this suggestion, failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report to FPAG within 90 days. Second suggestion, at the tail end, failure of which,
The same number 36?
Yes. Number 36, yes.
You saying failure.
That is the fourth suggestion. I'm suggesting this is the fourth suggestion. I'm making two suggestions on it. So
let's get it clear. You are suggesting that the resolution here, if not carried out,
yes,
the Inspector General of Police to launch an investigation immediately.
Very well.
That's your first suggestion.
Yes.
Now, what do you
say it again?
What do you want to add to your second suggestion?
Yeah, the second suggestion is this: failure of which both the Minister of Justice and Minister of Finance budget should not be approved for this year.
No, I don't understand. Failure of which one? Because you are saying that what the proposal is, there is no, there are no consequences attached.
Very well, very well.
You are saying that if that is not done within the stated time,
yes,
the Inspector General of Police should launch an investigation.
Yes, and report to FPAC.
You say now, what if the Inspector General fails to launch an investigation you are talking about?
No. I'm saying this is the first suggestion for the Inspector General to launch an investigation. This is one part of 36.
The two cannot go together. The two cannot go together. You are saying that failure of this thing, their budget should not be approved.
Okay, now let me choose.
Or the Inspector General to launch an investigation and report back to FPAC and etc.
Okay, let me choose one now. Yes, failure of which both budgets, Judiciary and Minister of Finance, should not be approved this year.
You see, honorable members, we cannot have a situation where we are not going to approve budget. Punishing an institution or Gambians for people's limitations, weaknesses, or activities. We should at all times try to identify, pinpoint, and then punish if necessary, or investigate if necessary. But you say don't approve the budget. If you don't approve the budget, who suffers? Is it the minister or the permanent secretary or anybody?
Yeah, then let me take the first one. Yeah, have we done this last one? Let me take the first one, yeah? Thank you.
Yes. The proposal for number 36 of the resolution is that there be added failure of which the Inspector General must launch an investigation immediately. That's the proposal on item number 36.
Yes.
Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Fonyi, for raising that issue. Honorable Speaker, I have a similar concern because here that the Minister for Justice and Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs to provide to the Auditor General and the FPAC information relating to the Janet Commission Treasury. What information? Because the information has been already provided. If you look at the report of FPAC, we got a lot of information in that report. So I think what is needed here, I'm not clear what the mover means by saying that information relating to the Janet Commission. You know, if it is the reason, now I think we need action, as my colleague said. We need to give them time frame to report back to either FPAC or the police to take their action. This is what we needed here right now. I think we have the evidence already.
Okay, Honorable Member, I think you are saying that the Auditor General and FPAC information relating to the Ghana Commission's treasury receipts. I think we should, let's be clear.
Yeah.
Honorable Minority Leader, what do you mean by information relating to Ghana Commission's treasury receipts amounting to that amount?
That is the basis of the audit query. That is lack of the information surrounding the treasury receipts. This is what the auditors are querying. So now, it is not the auditors now, it is the committee that is now requesting for those information. Now, if they are not available, then the committee will make a recommendation for the further action.
Honorable member, are you requesting them to produce the treasury receipts? Not information on the treasury receipts, but for them to produce and deliver to you people to witness the treasury receipts amounting to 22 million. Yeah, but if you say information on it, it may mean differently. And I think that's what the honorable member for Central Badibu tries to clarify. Yes, honorable member for Central Badibu.
Furthermore, these were missing funds, according to the audit query. I think we have everything in hand to say they either pay the money or something to be done. So we cannot just go and open up another thing again by FPAC. The audits have a query of this amount of money. And we have seen it to other submissions where there were missing funds. And the committee requests those monies to be either paid or something to be done. So if these are also similar to queries, they need to pay them now or something to be done.
Honorable Minority Leader, the amount of 22 million, is it queried because it has not been found, it's fraudulent, it's missing? What was the query on the 22 million?
The query was, as I said earlier on, that is, the auditors could not substantiate the evidence, that is the material evidence provided around that particular amount, that is in form of receipts to ascertain that particular amount. Those information that are lacking by the auditors, this is what they are querying. If they are available, they can substantiate. But now that they are not available, it's the committee now that is requesting.
So it means they cannot substantiate this amount, meaning the amount is stated, but they cannot find it anywhere, paid to government or whatever.
Exactly.
And now the FPAC or Parliament now wants them to show the treasury receipts.
Yes.
That is lodging, that they have lodged these monies either to the central bank or whatever, or they've paid it to the treasury. These are the, so the money is missing. Okay.
At this point, one can substantiate.
Can I observe, please? Can I observe, Honorable Speaker?
He is speaking. Wait until he lands.
At this point, one cannot substantiate whether the money has been paid there or not. So the evidence to prove that this is what is lacking at the level of the auditors, and that is what the committee is requesting to be provided.
Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Honorable Speaker, I think we want to make it right. You know, these are audit query, and the FPAC committee cannot work isolately. Why not? Because these are query in 2019. You understand? What I'm saying now is we allow the FPAC to invite the auditors, whether these receipts were submitted to them or not. But if at all they don't, then it's where we can make an action on this one.
This implies that the FPAC and the auditors have not seen the receipts. That's why it had been a query.
Yeah, but then,
so we cannot make a request. What they are now saying is, let them prove and bring out those receipts to show that the monies are being lodged or accounted for.
Very well. Now,
that's the request now.
Of course, I agree with you now. It now must come through an audit respond now. Let you work with the audit now.
Honorable, they have worked with the auditors, they have concluded with the auditors, they have tabled their report to us, and we are now asking them to go and prepare a solution for them to bring out of their meetings with the auditors and their sittings at the audit to look at the audited accounts. And that's the resolution. Yes, Honorable Member, is it Olundum?
Actually, I was going to talk on what you're saying. I don't know if it is necessary. No, I was going to say the same thing. I think the FPAC is right with this particular recommendation or resolution, is to give the Minister of Finance and whoever is responsible for them to go and generate the receipt, because auditors have queried it. Now, let them generate the receipt and bring it for confirmation. If the receipt is not generated, then further actions can be taken. I think they are right.
So.
Yes, what I want to suggest is we need to be very action-oriented, because that was what was displayed in the floor, that we need to be serious with this resolution. And looking at this, we are making a little bit light. And then we want to make it rigid, that no loop, because the auditors have shown the loop. The FPAC committee have identified the loop. Now we want to come with a strong resolution to make sure that those people lingering about receipt or whatever are brought before us. Simple and straightforward. And then, Chair.
No, what is your suggestion? What are you suggesting on this particular 36?
What I'm suggesting is, they have made clarity. We are clear now. We are sending the strict voice, the final voice of our resolution. That is to say, the minister and the commission, if they cannot produce it, we are urging the IGP to lodge an investigation and put them before court.
Honorable, what we are saying is, I think we have got all those things. We are now looking at the content of the resolution. Does it reflect what we want them to do? Is it explanatory enough for them to understand what is requested of them? That's where we are now. Yes, Honorable Member for Central Bank.
Honorable Speaker, I think now we'll understand. I say now we'll understand each other. Now, what I'm suggesting is, now we mandate the IGP to further investigate this matter and report to FPAC within 90 days. Because already it's established that, nothing can be found. So let the police further investigate the matter and report to the audit, to the FPAC. So,
yeah, but I think it's good that we are giving others opportunities and chances to do something to prove out within a time. After that, the auditors or the IG will go and launch. You try to treat everybody equally. You have given opportunities to others. Give them the opportunity. Before I come back to you, before I come back to two of you, let me get the Honorable Member to come us out.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. This particular area, the only problem I have is the language problem, because I want it to be like this, that the Minister for the Minister must provide FPAC all projects under the Ministry, that the Minister for Justice and the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs to provide Auditor General and FPAC the Janet Commission Treasury receipt and remove information relating. There's this language problem. Let's remove information relating to. Then you go straight to Janet Commission Treasury receipt. Amount to 22,319,957.92 burus. on or before 22nd September. If this is 28 September 2023, if it is not produced, we can forge ahead.
And under the proposed amendment to be added. No, let me give all Yundum and I give you back. Yes, then from there we go to Combo South.
Honorable Speaker, I want to buy his idea that we amend it and remove information relating, and then the communication is now clear.
Honorable member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we are dealing with the law now. Can we pass this topic that we are discussing now to the legal department to help us coin this? We are dealing with resolutions, and resolutions are made and headed by legal-minded people so that when it gets for investigation, they really understand what they are supposed to do. So can we send this back to the legal department to coin this statement for us?
That would then mean we will not be able to pass it until we have feedback from the legal department. Honorable member of Combo South.
It will not take them 10 minutes to recoin this statement that we are agreeing here. The legal department can do that.
All right, if they know your agreement. That's why I was telling him, are you listening? He was doing something else. He was not listening much. He was doing some other work. Yes, honorable member, there was a distinct tag. Honorable nominated member, Keba Lang.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to give some background knowledge as to what happened so that we can all be guided in the process of making a decision. I will take you straight to the findings of the Auditor General. It is reported that as part of the audit of the 2019 Government of the Gambia consolidated financial statements by the auditors, it was noted that treasury receipts amounting to $22,319,957.92 bututs were reported as proceeds from the sales of assets by the Janneh Commission. Based on that, the auditors recommended that the Accountant General should liaise with the Ministry of Justice to ensure that the relevant documents requested are what provided immediately. So the situation we have in hand is there were sales of assets.
I ask, which documents were requested by the Auditor General?
Can I learn? Treasury receipts were reported in connection to the sales of what assets. So what the auditors want is to establish the nature of those assets which were sold. That's why they requested for specific documents from the Ministry of Justice. So I believe the recommendation is in order. What FPAG needs to do now is to work with the editors, know the documents requested, and mandate the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Finance to provide those documentations.
You read the auditor's report again that you read.
As part of the audit of the 2019... Can I proceed?
Yes. Who said a point of order?
Honorable Sabak
Sanjal.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm rising on 17E. Rules of order, so behavior of members. Members shall not use mobile phones or any other electronic device in the chamber. Can you allow me to raise my point of order? You are not the speaker. You cannot rule on this. Members shall
honorable members, please, I have told you many a times, leave honorable members to express their opinion, and you disagree.
Members shall not use mobile phones or any other electronic device in the chamber or at a committee meeting. So the honorable member is reading from his mobile phones. I think he should refer to the actual report that was tabled before us and not from his mobile phone. Thank you.
Yeah, you are right, but he started with my looking for permission from me, which I have granted. Honorable member, can you continue portion for us to hear?
Please, Speaker. I will read again. It says, as part of the audit of 2019 Government of the Gambia consolidated financial statements by the auditors, it was noted that treasury receipts amounting to $22,919,957.92 bututs were reported as proceeds from
Stop there. It means there were treasury receipts. And those treasury receipts, the auditors have seen it, and that those treasury revealed that these were revenue generated proceeds from the sale of the assets. The auditors have established that. Okay, continue.
It was noted that treasury receipts amounting to $22,319,957.92 bututs were reported as proceeds from the sales of assets by the Janneh Commission. The explanation to that have been succinctly done by the Speaker. Then what they recommend is the Accountant General to liaise with the Ministry of Justice to ensure that the relevant documents requested are provided immediately.
What are the relevant documents requested by the Auditor General from the Accountant General? No. The auditors have said from the receipts they have seen, there was revenue was derived from the sale of the assets. Now they want some document to show, because those are only treasury receipts.
Okay.
I don't know, yes, before you come in, Honorable nominated member, are you following what the, because I wanted to know what documents are the auditors meant by that?
I'm perfectly sure that's where the chairman of FPAC is coming. As a member of the committee, I would allow him to relate.
He said you are sure that it is?
I say I'm perfectly sure that's where the chairman of FPAC is coming. So as a member of the committee, I will allow him to come. Then we can come with other supportive.
Okay, Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
Now, I think that's where this word information relating to is relevant, because they want to be given substantive information regarding the sale of those properties. And it's not only limited to the receipts, but information surrounding the sale of the properties. That's why that information, relevant information, is important.
And information and documents related to this thing. Because from the report, auditors are talking about documents. We want to know, because that's their concern, documents. And we want to know what document did they request for. That's not specific. They should have been asked to be able to know what documents they wanted. But if you say information relating to, you say information and documents relating to this. Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, we just want to make this matter difficult for ourselves. The report shows that Auditor General made a submission. And during their submission, they submitted something to FPAC, which includes documents and information, other related matters, already submitted. Now, if FPAC is not satisfied with the report submitted by Auditor General, we cannot tax the Auditor General in the context again. What do we need to do? Let's tax the IGP to further investigate the matter and report back to FPAC. I think this is as simple as that. That's my submission. I can read it now.
All right, minority.
I think the honorable member is taking that at a different dimension. Now we want to establish the issue of information. Now, if that is clear, at first it was the auditors that were requesting. And if that fails, that is reported that auditors requested this and it's not available. Now FPAC is making the request. Whenever we make requests, the request is not only sent to us, it is sent to the auditors for confirmation. It is auditors that advise us. Yes, our opinion would not change, but we are satisfied with this updated information. That's why we don't leave them out.
Members, I think we want to spend our lifetime on this. Honorable member, this is very clear. We have set a precedent. We have tried to give from the auditor's report, give every institution a chance to provide proof within the shortest time. That's on the 28th is what is usually stated, 28th of this month. You cannot do it for A and B and not do it for B. So if within that period you cannot provide what is requested or you have not acted on it, the Inspector General of Police is directed to launch an investigation. I think that one is very clear. Our problem here, from what we heard from the report, from the auditor's report, is that the auditors have seen treasury receipts, which indicated that the revenue was derived from the sales of assets. Now they want further documentation to prove that those monies had actually been lodged with government. So if we want to move further, we can say to provide information and that documents relating to that transaction. If otherwise, we want us to refer it to the legal department for the time being. They have had us now enough, more than enough. Fine.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes, who is speaking?
Yes. Sorry. Let me just come in. Honorable Speaker. Can I proceed? Yes. I believe the recommendation is in order, and this is why. From the report of the auditor, you will realize that certain information were asked, they were not given. And this is a normal practice. This is how auditors get frustrated. It's in connection to the sale of assets by the Ghana Commission. We do not want to speculate, but one thing we know that is that before assets are being sold, an independent evaluation would be done to ascertain the market price of what? Those assets. So now, if you give receipts to auditors, that is the conclusive part. So now, what we have to do right now is what FPAC have started. FPAC have told the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Justice to provide all relevant information to the auditors to establish that indeed those assets were not sold at piecemeal value, but they are sold at their current market value. Solution.
No, honorable member, you just read a document from the auditor's report, and you just read to us that the auditors are requesting for documents. You just read that, and we said which documents are they. We never went further to ask the auditors which documents they are. So, but we believe that the relevant institutions know the documents they are requesting for. So we said information and documents, because information is different from documents.
Can I proceed? Can I finish, Honorable Speaker?
You want us to be repeating the same thing. Can we then refer this whole thing to the legal department?
Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, what is in my mind can only be repetitive when I say it. I'm still explaining what...
Honorable, it's not only you. You see a lot of seals coming up. Everybody wants to express.
Honorable Speaker, I'm part of the committee. The House needs explanations.
That's why you should talk less and people comment more.
And I should talk more when they don't understand. That's what I'm doing. They don't understand, so we need to give them background knowledge.
You see,
I rest my case. Thank you.
Yes, what you have explained as a committee, the members have an objection or an observation on it. And that is, your statements is not clear enough. They don't understand it much. They wanted it reviewed. Explained, the minority explained, and now we are trying to add value because there are questions you cannot answer.
Honorable Speaker, I never explained. I gave you the opportunity to allow minorities to talk so that I can come. I said that, not so. I said that here. So allow me to give you clarity. Then you can move. Please.
Honorable nominated member, I listen very well. I don't know whether you know that. I am a good listener. I listen to you very well. And I'm here to direct the course. Can you complete your statement for us to hear what you want to say?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. What I want to
But please summarize.
I'll be brief. What I want to say is, for our resolution to empower the frustrations of the auditors and demand from the Ministry of Justice and MUFI to provide all relevant documents to the auditors. Because normally clients don't do that. They always try to frustrate the auditors. And that is exactly
to provide
all the relevant documentation. And the documentation will entail the information. Let's leave it to documents.
So we are saying the same, we are talking the same.
Speaker. You didn't allow me to finish, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable nominated member, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for calling you Keba. Honorable nominated member, Keba. I don't want us to, you see, a lot of members want to come, and we are looking at all the 36 or 37 clauses of the resolution. We spent the whole one, almost an hour on one item, just to reframe it. What I have just said is what you have repeated. Either members agree to it or we reject it, and we refer to the committee or we refer to these things and we continue.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the mover of the motion.
Yes, let's do this amendment. That Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to provide to the Auditor General and FPAC all relevant documentations relating to Janet Commission's Treasury receipts amounting to $22,319,957.92 on or before September 2023. Then the point raised by Honorable Member for Councillor, failure of which, just like other areas, the police must mount an investigation and report back to FPAC within 90 days.
Your proposal is specific. Auditor General to provide to the Auditor General FPAC.
Let me read once more.
Yes. What comes after that?
Okay, let me read all things once more.
Just
failure of which.
No. FPAC to provide to FPAC.
To provide to
Auditor General and the FPAC
within 90 days.
No, look at the document, Honorable.
That is Auditor General and FPAC. All relevant documentation relating, instead of information, we have many information to.
Okay, all FPAC, all relevant documentation.
Yes.
Why don't you add all relevant documentation and information?
Yes. That's okay.
Relating to
all relevant documentations and information relating to the Janet Commission's Treasury receipts amounting to $22.3 million on or before 28 September 2023, failure of which police must launch an investigation and report back to FPAC within 90 days.
Honorable members, can we now comment on the proposal, the proposed amendment? Yes. What he has proposed, we have all heard it. That is to provide Auditor General and FPAC all relevant documentation and information relating to these things, and the proposal by the member for Councillor, that failure of which the Inspector General must launch an investigation and report back within 90 days. If you have any comments on those ones? Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for Woolly.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. I was just thinking that we could specify the sale of properties, government property. What we are looking for is on the sale of government property. If we can fuse that in, I think that will be useful. So that there is
Can you say it again?
Is Janet Commission's sale of government properties, is it not? Huh?
Please. Honorable member for Old Yundum. Sorry, Latikunda Sabegi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. There is still something very wrong with that recommendation. You see, when you want to make people accountable, you don't leave it to their discretion to give you document. When it's a relevant document, it's now their discretion to give you what is relevant and what's not relevant. There is a process that leads to the sale of these documents, and every process has stages and the name of documents. It's better we name those documents we requested, not what is relevant. Because now what is now relevant is left to them. We don't know what is relevant. But if there's a procurement process, you quote for all the documents that are involved in procurement process, then so that they can submit that. But if you tell them relevant, then they will only give you what they want. Thank you very much. Speaker.
Yeah, I think you are right. But we had believed that they had dialogue with the auditors and that they failed to provide what the auditors wanted. The auditors reported back to FPAC. And now we are asking to provide, even if we don't know, even if we don't provide it, because if they don't provide, within that time, there will be a formal investigation. Now they will have to provide, or they will be found wanting, and it will be reported back to you. So is there opportunity to provide all the necessary documents to avoid an investigation?
Yes, you called me already. Hello? Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think here we are a bit confused, but the only thing that FPAC can do here is to tell us what they intend to achieve at the end of the day. Because every resolution has an intention. What do they intend to achieve on this particular resolution? If they tell us that, that would be able to help us to make this statement better. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is derived from the auditor's report that we have debated here. Their resolutions were derived from your debate and their report on the Auditor General's audited accounts of the Gambia government. Now, they want, what they want is to ensure that there is transparency and accountability of funds. That's all they want. And now what they are trying to do here is just to make sure that that 22 million, is it actually money is derived? And if derived, where is the money? Is it lodged? Is it with government? Is it somewhere?
Speaker, I think consistency. This is my last one.
Thank you very much. No, we give back out, then we come back to you.
Well, Speaker, I think we are spending too much time on this issue. I wanted to make a proposal. We allow the FPAC committee members to engage the legal team and then come back to the and report back to the assembly.
Yes, and that proposal was made, but it seemed as people were not very much comfortable with it. Can we have the mover of the motion? Before the mover,
Honorable Speaker.
Before the mover, yes, I put him down.
Honorable Speaker, I want to second what the Honorable Member of Bakau is saying, because there is no consistency in it. I can name 3 or 4 resolutions that also have such a complication. If you, with your permission, I can read them to you.
Before
So I second it, we refer to the legal team to.
Okay, before I put that one, let me give the minority.
Yes, on this issue, the legal has made a proposal With your permission, I would like to read that from
our legal people.
Yeah, from the legal department.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and reads, that Accountant General liaises with the Minister of Justice to provide to Auditor General and FPAC relevant documents, including the General Commission Treasury receipt amounting to 22.3 million and other information pertaining to the sale of the assets of former President on or before 28 September 2023, failure of which the Inspector General must launch an investigation and report back to FPAC within 90 days. Where is it? No, it's not about investigation. The legal opinion on that, GAMWORKS should not report to National Assembly. So that's why they are.
Honorable members, you have had the proposal from our legal department that the mover of the motion has read. Are you comfortable with that? Yes, minority.
What the legal is saying, the word IGP must launch an investigation. To them, they prefer we use the word recommend that the I is instead of must launch. Now, I put to them that this is what we have been using for other resolution points where there should be investigation. We use the word must launch an investigation. So we want to maintain that.
Yes, in fact, I was discussing with him on that particular issue, and I beg to differ with him. For the IGP to investigate, I think we can order him to investigate, to ask him to go and do an investigation. We are the highest oversight institution of the land. For you to investigate, whatever you investigate, you can report back to the Auditor General and to FPAC. Are we comfortable with the amendment? Yes. Okay, now that is, you can make those amendments, honorable member. Any other issue? Honorable member for Speaker, can I observe, please? Observe what?
With the proceedings, please.
Proceedings?
Yes, because we were asked to raise our tax.
Observe the proceedings. You cannot observe the proceedings.
Honorable Speaker.
Either going to observe me, or observe a member doing something, or the mover, or something else.
Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, I want to observe you then.
Is that what he is saying? Yes, but so I don't look around the chambers. Can you prove that I don't look around the chambers?
Honorable Speaker,
What I want to put here is, what I want to put across here is, you were taking, and it seems you are not observing the list as expected. So I just want to be guided, please.
Yeah, the list is for people to make their inputs. We reach a stage where we have to solve that problem. That has nothing to do with the list. When we prepare a list, when we exhaust whatever he might have said, we call you, you come out with something else. If there is one pending that is creating debate, it's not the list you look at those who want to participate on that specific issue.
Honorable Speaker.
If I had called your name on the list, you will take us to something else. So please note that. Honorable members, we are in agreement with the proposed amendment, isn't it? And now we have just concluded that one. And I have just called on the honorable member for Central Badibu. Am I right? Did I call anybody? Or I was to call somebody?
Yes.
No, I should go to the list.
But you called me already.
I should go to... We now have... Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think this is where I was getting to.
To get there through the wrong way.
That's fine.
You see now, are you going to talk about 36?
Not really.
You see, if I had called you, you will be out of order, because if you want to talk about what you want to talk about now, I would not agree.
I thought
so
we were...
It's time for you to talk.
I thought we were ahead of 36, but that's okay, sir, Honorable Speaker. I just have an observation on number 37, that is the resolution on 37. It seems the committee is not really specific, and what I want to recommend here is, I read that all councils to prepare credible accounts from 2019 to 2020 by the end of October, and the accounts of 2021 and 2022 by the end of December, and submit them to the Auditor General for auditing. I think it should go beyond that, and that is to say, what I want to recommend here is failure of which the CEO should be sent on administrative leave on or before 31st December by the local government service. The other point I have before I take my seat, Honorable.
One by one.
Okay.
Comments on this particular one. You see now, comments on this one, I will not look at the list. It's now those who will raise their tax on this particular one. So, you have heard his proposal. Any comments, or are you accepting it? Yes, Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Well, for consistency purpose, I believe you can say failure to submit should be subjected to IGP to investigate and report back to FPAC within 90 days.
So this one is preparation of accounts. It's not about fraud, it's just prepare the accounts and submit them for auditing. Yes, Honorable.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think he has a very good point, but not all reports are made by the CEO. But you have the the Accountant General's report. So I don't think failure for the Accountant General to produce a report, the CEO should be punished for that. So it could be either the CEO, both the CEO and the Finance Director. Yeah, the CEO and the Finance Director instead of the CEO alone.
Honorable Member for Police. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to make a clarification on what the member for Birkama South have said. The CEO is the board controller. So, and the report have to be specific. The report is always subjected and addressed to the board controllers. So I strongly believe his recommendation is apt. The only problem we might have there is the CEOs are being transferred on a regular basis. Now, if you look at the CEO who was in Janjambure, currently he's in KMC. And the previous CEO who was there in 2019, you'll find him currently in Kuntaur. So it's like a merry-go-round. But otherwise, his recommendation is really apt. We go after the vote controllers. Thank you.
So what are you suggesting, Honorable? What are you proposing an amendment, or you are accepting the amendment?
No, let's leave it. Let's just accept his amendment. Let's accept it as he have amended, as proposed.
That all councils.
Yeah.
Prepare. What is his proposal? What is that amendment?
Failure to do so, the CEOs should go on administrative leave. Yes.
Supporting. Yeah, but I think the member for Brikama South is proposing something different. Well, I think you said we are the finance director.
Yes, in fact, but his argument is the CEO are the vote controllers. So even the finance director is under the CEO.
So you are in agreement?
I'm in agreement.
You are in agreement?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Member for Central.
Yes, Speaker, but what of the head of the institution, like the chairperson or the mayor? So why do we specify the CEO? Because I think, yeah, even if it's the vote controller, but CEO alone doesn't make the budget.
No, it's the vote controller.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker. 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 Honorable Speaker.
Member for Jajambure, you made the proposal.
Yes, sir.
Hear you.
I still want to maintain CEO.
You are saying something different.
Yeah, I have a different proposal as well on number 16.
Honorable Member, we have not resorted to this problem.
But it is.
When we have resorted it, you will come and let's talk about the next.
Yes, Speaker.
Sabak Sanyal.
Yes, I want to just say that, we cannot put the chairman or the mayor in this situation because we cannot put them on anything like administrative leave. So I am suggesting that, we maintain what the Honorable Member for Janjambure mentioned.
Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I think sending the CEO on administrative leave, there will be a vacuum regarding who should prepare the particular financial report. I want to propose that instead of saying that they should be sent for administrative leave, the Local Government Service Commission shall discipline the CEO rather than send them administrative leave. And then the mode of disciplining will not be to the purview of the Local Government Service Commission.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think Honorable nominated member raised a very important point here, but we fail to understand it. These CEOs are not permanently posted in this area, local councils. Like, for instance, the particular financial fraud we're talking about occurred 2017 to 2018, and 2018, this particular CEO is moved to another council. Now, which of the CEOs will be sent to administrative leave? Because you are not now serving that council. How can you be sent to administrative leave by way of fraud that happened in that council? Thank you very much.
Honorable members. Yes, Honorable Member for Woodley. Then we have the Honorable Member for
Yes, thank you very much.
Opanyumi.
Honorable Speaker, I think what we need to do is do this thing stage by stage. We ask them to prepare the accounts and report back to FPAC. From there, the FPAC will know if they did not prepare the accounts, the FPAC will know what steps we should take now. But if you want to mix all these things here, it will give us some problems. So we allow this thing as it is here and allow them to prepare their accounts and submit it to FPAC. If they have not done that, the FPAC will come back again and say they have not done, but what should we do now? Then we do that. Yes.
Opanyomi.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the issue of sending them on administrative leave is not ideal. You know, whatever office you might be occupying, you know, any wrong you commit in that particular office, you are held responsible wherever you, no matter where you are, wherever you may be. So let's just leave it as it is. Thank you.
Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think we have to be very clear here. This is about preparing credible accounts. You are the one preparing the account is the spending officer. And the CEO is the spending officer, not the one who has already moved. The current CEO there is the current spending officer. And that CEO should prepare the accounts for this number of years, not the one who has already left. The current CEO is now the spending officer, so he should prepare it. So it's not the one that has already gone, it's the current one who is already there occupying the position now, it's the spending officer. So it's his responsibility. Because he's currently in charge now. So now as this is his responsibility, it should be the one who should be in charge. Fail to do so, that access should be taken onto him.
But honorable members, you have to remember, as the honorable nominated member said, and I think supported by the honorable member for Combo Bikama South, the challenges posed why the accounts were not prepared. Those challenges were not put in place by the current CEO who is there, that you intend to punish. And if those challenges continue, it may be there. Why don't we do one thing?
Honorable Speaker,
just a minute.
For a long time
just
now.
a minute. Why don't we look at one thing? Because there are various opinions on this. But why don't we do one thing? This is preparation of accounts. Almost all the institutions you have audited their accounts are in arrears. All of them. Various degrees. I want us to look at it from the perspective of the honorable member for Woolly East. We have a committee that's the oversight. We are directing them to do this within a given period. If they don't do it within that given period, they will report back to FPAC, and FPAC will look into the reasons why they could not do it. Is it deliberate or they failed to do it? And they will report back, they will make their recommendations to us, what next we will do, and we do that. I think that is better than, because you don't punish some, if you are going to punish now, others who have failed also should be punished. I have failed to prepare my accounts. He has failed to prepare his accounts. What we can do is prepare your accounts, but if we say if you don't prepare it, we punish you. If he does not prepare it also, we should punish him. Yes, then minority, then honorable nominated, is it nominated member, Keba?
Yeah, I think, Honorable Speaker, what the Honorable Member for Woodley is said, I will appeal we leave as it is. Now, to sanction the CEO, the unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in, almost all the CEOs, they've been moved from one council to another. They are not the ones who will be doing that particular work at the councils which are affected. And secondly, the purpose of sending an officer to administrative leave is when there's a case of fraud that will require investigation. In order not to tamper with the investigation, the guy is sent for administrative leave. In this case, there's not like fraud matter. There's a work that's supposed to be done, it's not done. We would like you to do it within this time given. So that guy should not be sent on leave. We can make our point very strong that we want this to be done. And you who is there, whether the new one or old one, you will not be given the opportunity to do the work. So let's leave as it is. We don't attach any disciplinary measure around it.
And if he does not do it, you people will report back to us. Yes, honorable nominated member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, but I beg to differ. We need to understand the situations at the councils. In Janjambure, payment vouchers were not provided. Both the old administration and the new administration were invited. The only thing FPAC recollected was the vouchers were left under the rain to be destroyed. You come to BCC, on camera they said the accounts were created for the purpose of what? Presentation. You go to KMC, you'll have evidence of transactions being what? Deleted. Councils are the only institutions in governance where throughout their financial statements were reported as being what? Adverse, rejected by the auditors. So there should be disciplinary measures. I strongly agree with what the member said. Thank you.
Honorable member, you are talking, I think we are talking about two different things. Accounts prepared and found wanting. Disciplinary measures, no problems. But accounts not prepared. Yeah, you ask them to prepare the account.
Can I come in, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, let me land. You know, these people have prepared their accounts and they have been found wanting. If you want to propose disciplinary measures, you may do so. But this one, the account is not prepared, just like some of other institutions who have not prepared their accounts. What we are now saying, just ask them to prepare the accounts within a given time. If they don't do it, the FPAC will come back to you. Yes, honorable member, you said you want to say so.
Yes, I just want to clarify this. When you go to Janjambure, for example, the conclusion there is the documents were destroyed so that financial statements cannot be what? Prepared. They would never give you a financial statement. And we know that at FPAC. So what we need to do is segregate the councils at individual levels and prefer solutions as to what is currently obtained. But if we treat it in a general platform, we'll be missing key elements. Thank you.
Yes, somebody was saying.
Thank you, Speaker.
After him, for you, Bintam.
Honorable Speaker, nominated member is making a good point. But what stopped him, being a member of this committee, developing such a resolution, did not segregate them into councils. You know, the councils that are found wanting, we should have penalty or we should attach responsibility, but you cannot say all councils when all councils don't have similar problems. So I think you will be very instrumental at the committee level, but you didn't do it. So we have to give ourselves time to segregate it into different.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Motive. I'm rising on 21. It should be wrong to input improper motives on members. We are all human, and when suggestions can come, we'll differ. I only thought of it when he raised it.
No.
If it is good, let's take it. He's profiling improper motives to my statement.
He's saying that you are a member of the committee. You could have done that segregation then before now.
That means I didn't do it deliberately.
Yeah, that's what did he input into that note?
He is inputting the fact that I didn't do it deliberately. He didn't know.
No, not saying. No. Honorable. You are a member of the committee. You are making suggestions. Good. His observation is he wishes that you have made those suggestions and desegregate all these things before today.
I would have taken it when he said I wish.
But he didn't say that. He did not input anything into what you have stated.
I agree, Chair. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members. I think, you know, this is what I wanted to avoid. You know, for councils here, I think this particular statement is saying that all councils to prepare credible accounts from 2019 to 2020, all councils, implying probably that some accounts were prepared but were not credible. etc. Some probably have not even prepared. All what they are saying is, the committee is saying, let all the councils ensure that they prepare credible accounts for 2019 and 2020 by the end of October 2023. And then 2021 and 2022 by December end. So it means it's from 2019 to 2022. So it's either some of them have not prepared it, or some have prepared it, it was fraudulently prepared. Now the committee is saying, recommending that councils must prepare credible accounts within this period for this time. Now they are giving each of them a timeline, October end and December end. Why don't we agree to that and ask councils to go back home and prepare their councils? When they do that, or they fail to do it, or they go to cook it again, the auditors would tell us, and then we will act. Because there are even government institutions who have not prepared their account for 2022. Some have stopped in 2021, some 2019. So what we are saying is, let's encourage council to go and prepare credible accounts. And FPAC will report back to us whatever developments there are. But if you want to punish now, you may even punish the wrong person. You send him on leave. You have to post somebody there who will then prepare the account. So I think we give them the opportunity to prepare their accounts as per your resolutions. If they fail to do it, then we have time to propose whatever you want to propose. I think that is reasonable.
Thank you, Speaker.
I don't think we should go out all the time to punish.
Speaker.
We give everybody an opportunity as an oversight institution and make sure that we want the work done. That's all what we are interested. We give you the opportunity. If you fail to take the opportunity, then you can react. Somebody is talking.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's
Jayambure?
No, Serekunda.
Yeah, Serekunda, you can.
No. I just want to help you people.
Serekunda, how did you come? How is it Serekunda?
Yeah, I raised my tag and I was the one talking. Speaker, I just want to help you people how we...
I agree, but you are taking the floor wrongly. This is what I'm saying. You might have raised your tag, but the tag we called was up. So, yes, you can come on, Serekunda. Let's hear you. Sorry, Honorable Member for Janjambure, just hold on.
I just want to help the Assembly and my committee members. I'm a member of FPAC about how we reach to this decision. Because when Council presented their audited accounts, we didn't adopt it. We didn't adopt them, sorry, rather. So as a result, we recommended they go back and prepare those accounts. That's how we come to this decision. Thank you.
Member for Janjambure, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to remind this House that I think enough time was given to some of these councils to actually report back or to submit their audit reports or their accounts of audit to the FPAC, but this was never done. Imagine from 2019 until 2022. Also, I want to refer this House to number 21 and number 22 of the resolutions.
No, let's resolve this 37.
Yeah, so I still want to remain on my point to say that.
Said your point then. Members, there are other you've joined yours, and then we have various opinions coming. We listen. Yes, Honorable Member, mover of the motion.
Speaker, the resolution, if we refer ourselves to the broad conclusions on FPAC in page 90, issues in page 90 in the main report, broad conclusions of FPAC, page 90. C, none of the area councils have proper financial reporting framework. There is an urgent need for a national reporting framework for all public institutions, including the councils. And D, the poor reporting format of area council is what prevents them from making adequate disclosures. And E, area councils have previously not been submitting their financial statements to the Select Committee on Regional Government. So the problem relating to councils, generally, they all have poor financial reporting. And trying to regulate that, the previous committee pegged that to commence from 2019, and that's why we said from 2019 to 2020 be presented at this time. And in the other one, 2021 to 2022, also to be presented. There is generally a problem of financial reporting as far as councils are concerned. And this is what we want to regulate. Trying to regulate that, we should not start with punishment. So that's the issue. If they fail to do now, that means we are now giving them time strictly. If they fail, now we act.
Member, it may mean that you are going to suspend all the CEOs, and then you have to put in new CEOs to do the job. So I think specific, what councils will come out with, based on your resolution. Some may do it, some may do it haphazardly, some may have genuine reasons what they have found. You listen to them, and then from there, you know what next to do. But to punish just now, just to prepare accounts, and you send them on leave, and they all fail to, you send all of them on leave. Who is going to be there? Honorable members, I don't know, why don't we try to, Honorable Member for Janjambure, can you listen to the observations and see what we try to leave it until we have a feedback from FPAC following these directives?
Speaker, can I please say this with your permission, please? Hey, I'm a keen follower of the FPAC committee during their proceedings. And if a particular council can leave their documents, their receipts under the rain and failure to do proper submissions, and we are still here saying those particular heads of institutions shouldn't be punished, what are we telling the taxpayers?
No, you are the one saying that. We have not said that. We have not said that. What we have said by this thing is prepare your accounts. We are not talking about fraudulent activities. We are saying prepare your accounts between this time to this time. This time, if there are fraudulent activities that you want us to punish, you state that. But this one is talking about preparation of accounts.
How can you prepare your accounts when you don't have reference documents? Where are the vouchers to support your statement of account?
Honorable, that is for them to tell us after your instructions. That is for them to tell us we cannot prepare accounts because they have stolen the receipt books, or they have destroyed that, or that. Let them tell you. Yes, Honorable Member.
I think the Honorable Member for Janjambure is trying to mix two things that are different. I mean, preparation of accounts is a different thing. There are issues generally for all the councils. Where we have missing document that is specifically mentioned by the auditors, that concerns Janjambure. And that one, if you go to Resolution 21, we don't neglect that one. We said those documents should be produced.
Including that Section 21.
That the CEO for Janjambure Area Council must immediately provide all missing vouchers on or before 28 September 2023, failure of which the equivalent amount to be deposited in the accounts of Janjambure Area Council, or the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. And the other one, where we have case, apart from the making statements, is 22, that the Director of Finance at Puntaur Area Council must refund the amount that is $198,548 claimed to have been used for said settle on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation and immediately report to FPAC within 90 days.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Member for Nyambure, you see that we are on different wavelengths. The criminal aspect has been addressed. This one, if you read it, they are asking councils to prepare their accounts. And the failure to prepare your account will only be known if they fail to do it. If they don't do it, then FPAC will make their relevant recommendations to you and you can determine that. But your fear now is addressed in that clause of the resolution. When you are talking about Janjambure is addressed. So, honorable members, I think we leave it as it is and we move on. All right. Honorable member for Janjambure, can you continue with your second?
Speaker, on this one, sorry, I just have a proposal. Here's a different one.
You,
on number 36, where we are, I have a different proposal. Yes.
It looks like everybody said yes to what it is like.
Based on what Janjambure said, but what I'm coming to say is totally different.
What?
Based on what the proposal of Janjambure, but my current proposal will be totally different from that. On 36.
No, what I'm saying that they agree to it as it is. You want to come and make another proposal to it again.
Honorable Speaker, sorry for sitting down. What I'm saying is, the members agreed based on the proposal on the floor. We can't conclude how they will react to what I have to propose. That's my humble belief.
Is you submitted this proposal. There was a proposed amendment to it. And that proposed amendment, after all the debates we have had, members finally said, we leave it as it is. So you are now coming out with another proposal on it. Am I right? A different proposal.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. On 37.
So you are not part of the people who made this proposal.
Honorable Speaker, don't take me to court on the floor. I have the right.
We are looking at your report.
Honorable Speaker, what is wrong for me to make the report if I believe that the unfoldings on the ground is unfolding, is enriching it, and I can contribute to make it better? What is wrong in that? Should I be indicted for that?
Yeah, usually, honorable member, members of the committee come to enrich us, to explain, to help the mover of the motion to explain what they meant.
And that's exactly what I did.
Go ahead with your proposal. We are not going to debate your proposal. We're just going to put it to vote and we continue.
I want to clarify this, Honorable Speaker. We do not have monopoly over power. And you can't dictate when you can have better ideas. So do not indict me on the floor for enriching our report. I do not take that pleasantly.
I don't understand you.
I say do not indict me on the floor for enriching our report. I do not take that pleasantly. And that's exactly what you are doing. And since in the morning, that's what you are doing.
No. Honorable member, what do you mean indictment? For what?
Honorable Speaker, I saw it when Senu told you that I raised my tag and you told him to ignore me. So, Honorable Speaker, I have to be honest.
No. Honorable member,
I would speak it.
Honorable member, withdraw that statement.
My mind.
Honorable, no, please, sit down.
I will sit down.
Yes,
Thank you.
Please withdraw that statement.
Speaker, I will not withdraw it because this is not the first time and I've been saying it.
You said
I saw Seni. When I raised my tag and I told Seni to tell you, and you didn't call me, you called someone else, which means you refused to call me.
Honorable,
I would not withdraw it.
Honorable, withdraw, please.
I won't.
Honorable member, your statement is not factual. Because Seni only, for instance, even if that happened, Seni only proposes to me. And two, if Seni is proposing and I call somebody, and how many times have I called, then who did I call in fact? No, I think it was Joshua. You have taken the floor over 3, 4, 5 times. And then I called somebody who was just taking the floor. And after it, I gave it to you. What is the complaint? Please, what you put your proposal.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, with the situation of the councils as they were received at FPAC, the recommendation as to where it stops, it's okay, but we need to make sure when they fail, sanctions are in place, and that shouldn't wait for a future resolution or work from FPAC. So I would propose that where it ends, we at failure to comply will result to immediate investigations by the IGP. Thank you. By the IGP, Honorable Speaker, we've got series of first-time offenders all over the report, but we do not fail to provide sanctions. This should not be an exception. So failure to provide their accounts as proposed in the report by October and December, respectively, should result to sanctions. So I'm proposing that failure to do so, the IGP is hereby instructed to launch an investigation immediately to be added to the resolution.
Honorable members, I think IGP launches investigation on fraudulent activity. This preparation of accounts, as said by the mover of the motion. And there are other institutions here who have not prepared their accounts up to date. So what we are saying is, we are not saying that they will not be punished, but depending on the reasons adduced to your committee, yes, we cannot prepare accounts. Why? They tell you. Based on that, you make recommendations for whatever type you want to do for it. After you've heard what was the cause of the failure. That's what we are saying. Honorable, we have the member for Woolly East, Central Badibu, and then minority.
Honorable, I think we adopt as it is, because we've already said this over and over. If they report and say anything, the FPAC will know what they have said, and the FPAC will advise us what steps we should take after that. I think we leave it as it is. That's my position.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the original text says that all councils to prepare credible accounts from 2019 to 2020 by the end of October 2023 and the accounts of 2020. So here we are talking of credible accounts. We are not talking of missing funds. What will the IGP will go and investigate? What are they going to investigate? So there's no room for investigation here. So if you want IGP to investigate, let's have another clause or another resolution different from this. But for this resolution, I think we maintain as it is. If you have any other resolution for all the council in failure, then come up with that, we adopt that one and make it 38. But 37 is okay as it is.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I also want to echo the same point. Now we have noted the lapses in council regarding preparation of accounts. As I read earlier on broad conclusion in C, D, and E. And we resolute that in order to regulate that, all the councils are ought to prepare credible accounts. There will be no excuse if we fail to do that within the given time frame. In fact, it's not only council. There were institutions that were scheduled to appear, but they did not, or they could not produce their accounts. And we asked them for them to do so within a given time frame. Failure to do that, that will warrant now the committee to take action, and that action will be brought forward to the plenary. I believe this is not a matter that's supposed to be investigated by the Inspector General of Police, because it's not like it's a fraud matter that you refer to. The thing is, they will not do the account. That is known. Or if accounts are not done, they are not properly done. For you to do that, you ask them to properly do it. That's not for a matter to be investigated by the Inspector General of Police.
Yeah, honorable members, it looks like some members believe there are certain fraudulent activities in councils that have not been addressed. If members have specific issues that are not addressed, just as the member for Central Badibu has said, and you want it addressed, you can make proposals on those things. If it cannot be made, then we can ask that the Inspector General of Police go launches an investigation. Yes. Who's? Yeah. The same honorable member, nominated member. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the preparation of financial statements is the last stage. There are processes involved. And the main reason I'm saying there should be an investigation if at all they fail to comply with this timeline is, from our engagements with the councils, we've seen deliberate attempts to ensure that proper documentation is not maintained, evidences are misleading. So currently, anybody in the committee, if you ask them in FPAC, honestly, they will tell you councils will not be able to what? Bring financial statements because the records are not there.
Yeah, Honorable, then make proposals for those fraudulent activities that you have identified, for us to put out a punishment for those ones.
Honorable Speaker, at face value, you cannot talk about fraudulent activities. That's why we want an investigation to know exactly why is it that these councils cannot prepare the financial statements. We give them the opportunity, but at the end of the time, investigation has to happen to know whether it is a deliberate attempt or something else.
But Honorable, you know our problem is, you are the people who recommended to us that councils have not prepared their accounts, and that those accounts should be prepared.
I agree.
That is different from fraudulent activities. This time is a directive from the Assembly. They will come back to say, we have prepared our accounts, or we cannot prepare the accounts because of A, B, and C. And we'll make a determination. Now, if there are fraudulent activities that you said had happened, why they cannot prepare the accounts? Those fraudulent activities should be investigated.
Can I clarify, Honorable Speaker? The main reason I do not use the word fraudulent activities, it should be established. My point of argument is, we've seen it at FPAC, that proper trail of documentation is not maintained at councils, and as a result, they could not prepare financial statements. And as of now, we can authoritatively say, even this timeline, they will fail it. So at the end of the timeline, if we leave it open, we'll come back in the same cycle. And that will be the moment that we should chip in to do an investigation to know whether it is a deliberate attempt to deprive the auditor from having financial statements because of A, B, C, and D. I agree with the recommendation, but we need to add there for investigation to chip in after the period of elapsed. I rest my case, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, I just want to, I think you are suggesting that the IGP should investigate. Is the IG qualified to investigate that is the problem. For not preparation of accounts. That's administrative. How can the IAG go to say that if you have not prepared your account, that's what we have come to check? So, Honorable Minority, respond to these things and we know. What are your positions?
It is as recommended. We leave as it is.
Sorry, I am made to understand that the Honorable Member for Bunduakunda's tag was up.
Very well, thank you.
Honorable Member for Bundun, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the resolution is very clear because we've been taking too much of time on this. This is a general resolution that applies to all councils for them to get us a credible accounts of this 2019 to 2020. So now, it's left to the councils, the CEO and all the political heads, that is the chairman and the mayors and the finance director, for them to work together to get us a credible account. So I think this is something, actually I'm part of the FPAC, definitely the accounts were not okay, but now in fact as a select committee chair of the local government, in fact I was talking to my chairman of FPAC, how best we can work together with the Service Commission so that at least we can try to see how best we can help the council. Because the thing is now, what we need to do is about to find a solution. It's an issue what we need to do, we all have to work together to ensure that, councils, they give us a credible account, because they are very, very credible, they are very, very critical as far as community development is concerned. Thank you.
So what are you suggesting? You are suggesting we leave it as it is, or you are buying the...
Yes, because already they will get this resolution, and now it's left to them for them to go and ensure that, we get the...
Understand? Are you in agreement with the current resolution, or you want the proposal?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Somebody else was talking there.
Member for
Fonyi Jarol.
Yes, I agree with what the nominated member is saying, that there is a lot of suspicion. But as of now, what we need is the preparation of credible reports. So we should leave it as it is at the moment.
Honorable members, nominated member, it looks like most people want it left as it is until you hear from the various area councils, and you can make your necessary recommendations.
I agree to the view of the majority, but I will vindicate it the day we report, we present our next report, and the situation will be what? The same. And those in FPAC know better. Thank you.
Honorable member for Janjambure, you said you had your second one, am I right?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I just want us to look at number 16. And I read that the Ministry of Youth and Sports must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October, failure of which the budget for the institution must not be considered. Honorable Speaker, I don't think it will be fair for the Parliament to punish an institution, more especially an institution that is responsible for young people. Therefore, I want to recommend, that is to say, that the Minister of Youth and Sports and its boards of directors must regularize, because NYSS is governed by a board. I think it's important we involve them in the process. Must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October 2023, failure of which the Minister of Youth and Sports must face the Select Committee of Youth, Sports, Tourism and Culture for clarifications. Thank you.
Can I get something clear, Honorable Member? The Youth and Sports Youth Service Scheme, is it true that they have a board?
Honorable Speaker, yes, sir.
They have a board. Do they have a board?
Speaker, yes, sir.
Want to confirm? Yes, Honorable Minority Leader and member for the Common North.
Yes, indeed, there's a board, but the board is not functioning. That's the problem. The board is not functioning or was not functioning. The board chairman could not be available for the board to be meeting, and that is why the pending problems, in fact, the board is connected to it. The finance director was supposed to be appointed, could not be appointed because the board chairman is not available and the board is not meeting. And that's why we said it should not be the board and the ministry that should regulate. It is a ministry that should regulate. If at all the board is functioning, then you can say the board should be involved in the regular. But the issue affects the board itself. So that's the problem.
Honorable member, mover of the motion. If the board is not functioning, if a board of an institution, the governing body of an institution is not functioning, you cannot make good that institution unless you have a functioning board. Why don't you recommend that that board be removed and that the government to appoint qualified, able, competent people to be members of the board? Because what will happen is you are asking people to come and intervene into something. If the management is rotting, try to replace the management. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, we have not gone to that far, but the issue, as I'm trying to say, is surrounding the board care. The board is not meeting simply because they said their care has not been available. And that's what, yeah, we are not saying directly change this, but we are asking them to regulate. And that entails a lot.
Honorable Member for Central Body.
Yeah, the resolution is not specific. If you read the resolution, what we are getting from the mover of the motion and what is stated in the resolution is different. Because it said that the Ministry of Youth and Sport must regularize the situation. What is the situation? What is the situation in question? So yeah, the youth service scheme, the National Youth Service Scheme by the end of October, failure to which the budget for the institution must be considered. So there is nothing that we need to be well informed to know what action to be taken. So I believe, as suggested by the Speaker, we need to be informed what action do we need to take. Is it we are going to recommend the board to be dissolved or a new board to be set up? You need to guide us.
Yes, minority.
I think the resolution is not the end of all. The resolution is emanated from the report. Make reference to the report pertaining to the National Youth Service Scheme. And if you go to the report on the National Youth Service Scheme, page 67, the board chairperson of National Youth Service Scheme has not been available to steer the affairs of the institution, and no one has been delegated to oversee the position. The Ministry of Youth and Sport is said to be aware of the current situation at National Youth Service Scheme, and the Director General of National Youth Service Scheme had been on administrative leave for a long time. So with this, we have known what the situation at National Youth Service Scheme, and this is what we ask the ministry to regulate. It's not that we don't know. If you go to the report, you see it there.
All right, Honorable, why don't we just add to regularize the board issue and then the director's issue?
That's okay. That's okay.
Pardon? Are you? Yes, Combo South.
Speaker, this issue of the board and the executive director of NYSS had been going on for the last 5 years. It's not only this, had been going on for the last 5 years. So we have to take the bull by the horn, instruct the minister to dissolve that board and make sure that they take all the necessary steps to ensure that the board is put in place.
For Banjul South. Juma. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
No, I am fine now because I wanted to raise the same issue as the member for Combo South. Because if regularizing and the central body, you must indicate what are you going to regularize? It should come clearly in the resolutions. So the board, or whether the chairman or the entire board members, it must be captured so that we know the assembly, what they are saying is this. If you are presented with the resolutions, you are not expected to go back to the report and know what the resolution is talking about. But the resolution should give an idea as to what we're talking about. Is the board chair and the board have not been functioning, we must hold the board by the horn and then indicate that the board must be regularized within a short period of time. Because as important an institution as the National Youth Service Scheme, without a board, that is serious. Without a board chair, the board cannot meet because of the chair is not available. How many Gambians do we have to appoint a board for the NYSS? And if the board is appointed, chair, he's appointed, he's not coming, he must be sacked and we get another board chair. Period.
I think, Honorable Member, and the issue of, I don't know, is it CEO? Did you say the CEO? The Director General? Yeah.
I think the NYSS now they have a director, yes. They have, yes.
That has been regularized.
Yes.
So it is more about the board, honorable member.
You know, this was a long time. We don't know whether it has been regularized or not, whether the board chair has been attending meetings or not, and then whether the Director General at one point was sent on administrative leave. Now, whether he has resumed work or not. So that's the thing.
Yeah, this is emanating from the Auditor General's report. So now, let's then be specific to the issue of the board and the Director General. Can we do that?
In doing that, I think at this juncture, since we don't know the current status as far as the, currently, I don't think we can say that the board to be dissolved at this juncture. If the ministry has done anything, when we ask them to regularize, and if they have done anything, they'll report to us.
I think the concern is when you say regularize, do they understand what you want them to regularize?
They know because it's in the report. If we are to send this resolution, the report will be attached to it.
Honorable Speaker.
Not only they are the report, we have engagement with them.
Yeah. Yes, honorable member for Central Badibu.
I think the mover wants to be defensive. Yeah, but the issue is there was a report led here, and from the report that's where we are generating a resolution. And he said in his resolution that that institution need to be regularized. So it means that you have facts why you are saying regularized. What is happening there? Now you went further to say that the board chair is nowhere to be seen when there are meetings. You said that. So then, what should we recommend? I have a proposal that the ministry should institute a new board and appoint a new director.
Yes, honorable minority.
Honorable Speaker, now what I'm trying to say, at this juncture, if we are to recommend that, if already that has been taking place, a new board is in place and a new chairperson is in place and then a new director general is in place. Now what do? What we are saying, we were aware of this in the National Youth Service Scheme, and the ministry has been engaged about it for them to act.
You discussed with the ministry
on the issue.
On the issue, and they know what your concerns were.
They know what was there at the council. So whether it has been regularized or not, now we are telling them to regularize it.
You don't know whether they are taking.
No.
Speaker.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker, clarification.
Banjul South.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think as a member of the committee, I did not want to make any comment, but I think I need to make clarifications. What we needed to regularize, because there were issues and they changed the director, and I think that is what the committee wanted them to confirm and regularize, because there are some discrepancy. Some are saying there is a new director. They removed the director and brought another one, and that is what we want to confirm, because we want them to do it according to the law. I think the mover of the motion can confirm that. That is why we do not want to be specific, because we did not know what was happening. So we wanted them to bring us a proper report, and this resolution would ask them to send the proper, this resolution, they would answer to it before October, before the end of October, to confirm whether that has happened. They removed one director and installed another director, and that was done irregularly. That is the reason why we included this. Thank you.
So you are saying that even the appointment of the new director is irregular?
That is what we want to confirm.
Okay. So, yes, I don't know.
Honorable Speaker, I think then this resolution needs to be suspended. Since the movers of the resolution, they are not clear, they are not sure of what is happening in that ministry. So I think we cannot resolve into something that is not clear to us. So because of the facts presented, that's what we should rely on and make a resolution. So let them continue making their findings at their own time. They can bring a resolution.
Only is
yes. Yes, Honorable Speaker, we have I know why they generalize it, because of the many problems there. But I was thinking if they can liaise with the drafter, our legal drafters, they will be able to capture all the problems here. And then we ask them to regularize that. I think that will be more explicit to us. Because what the assembly wants to know exactly what we are asking them to do. We want something specific. So they have A, B, C, and D. These are all issues. And if they can just capture them in brief and ask the right authorities to address them, I think that will be a better resolution.
No,
I think you understand what I'm trying to say. Hello?
I know what
minority. We are raising our issues and we are just having another meeting.
I think what Honorable Member for Woolley is, what the fears the committee had, according to them, is that since then they don't know what developments have happened. If we are talking about, for instance, for them to look at the board, and yet they have effected that, it may mean the current board that they have instituted, you are asking them to remove. You know, if it is the director, it may mean you people are asking them, even with this one you do. So I think so far they have had discussions on the issues, on the concerns raised. It means the ministry knows what exactly FPAC wants from them and what the auditors found wanting. And if you ask them now to regularize those things, they know which ones they were talking about. So far they had engaged them earlier. Am I right?
Why don't we say when they do the regularization, they report back to FPAC?
I think that is important. How would you know that they have done what you have asked them?
Honorable Speaker.
Just hold on, Chairman of the committee. Why don't they report back to FPAC? You are by end September, end October, and report back to FPAC. Is that okay? Yeah, because I want to believe what the member for Nyambure said about punishing the institution without a budget. That is not punishment. If there are still irregularities, you identify the people who have failed and you try to impose punishment on them. So what about the issue of failure of which the budget for the institution must not be considered? Should delete that. Minority?
Let's delete it. These are young people.
What is your opinion?
And we believe there is a further way for them to be serious with the matter and act accordingly.
But how do they suffer? How, the budget is for the youths, they operate these things and all these things. You ask us, they will be paid. And the beneficiaries will not have it.
They will not try to trap into that. I think that's going to make them to be further committed and do the needful.
Will punish more the innocent people than them. If you want to punish them, why don't you punish them directly without harming others? Why don't you say the board and the management all will be suspended? Well, I mean, I'm giving you just an example. That would not affect everybody. I am just giving an example. I just took one side to say A. So that's why I mean, be specific to the crime, punish the people involved, than a non-approval of a budget. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I think most of the members, they are indicating there are a lot of issues, and we need to solve those issues. As National Assembly, we cannot rely on the fact that management or the board has been ineffective, and as such we punish the entire institution. How many Gambians are there who could manage? We could either suspend this clause until tomorrow or before end of the session, then they'll bring it again. They would have contacted the ministry and know what happened, then we move on. Or we delete the issue of the budget.
I think now try to contact by the institution that will be based on the report that emanated from the plenary. So I think where we have issue is, Honorable Speaker suggested we add by end of October and report back to FPAC. That can be added. Now the penalty, that is now the Board of Consensus. Whether we should have the penalty clause or we remove it, I think that's the issue. If we feel that the penalty will make the vast youth to be suffered, we can limit ourselves to report back to FPAC. Then whatever emanated from that, FPAC will take action.
I think you are very right in this particular one. But you know what will happen also? You will be able, let's avoid punishing everybody, even innocent people. There are managements to institutions. There are people who are entrusted with responsibility to carry out certain things. If they are failures, identify those people and then. But you are to say that the whole institution no budget. Yes, member for Woolly East.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, if we accept this resolution as it is, it means that it is the minister that, or the ministry that we are instructing. And if they fail to do this, it means that we have some issue with the minister himself. Because it is the minister that we are instructing to deal with these issues. You understand? So I believe they should report to the FPAC. Yes, and failure of which, that means that will be a contempt of the National Assembly by the minister. Because we are instructing him to do something and he has refused to do it. It means it's a contempt. So when we have contempt, what do we do with contempt?
Yeah, I think what I was thinking is there will be punishment. You have instructed, given a deadline for them to report back to the FPAC. FPAC listens to what they bring. They have done their corrections, good, fine. They have done ABC, they have not done ABC, fine. If they deliberately refuse to do it, fine. FPAC will know and then make recommendations, either to censor the minister or to distinct the bullet or to do that. Let's hear from them. It's just October ending. They will come back to FPAC and report. Yes, Honorable.
Now the proposal is to amend, and that is to say the Ministry of Youth and Sports must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October 2023 and report back to FPAC.
And Honorable, my problem is I report to FPAC in December. So why don't you be specific?
The ministry is supposed to report to, they're supposed to do the regularization on before the end of October 2023 and report back to FPAC on or before the 15th of November 2023, the mid of November.
No.
You are not in agreement.
Because I'm not still happy or satisfied with regularization. I want us to be specific on the board issue and the director.
No, I think we have said that. We don't know what developments there have been. Now, but the people, youth and sports, they were aware because they were engaged by the committee. And the committee told them what their concerns were. So if you go back to tell them regularize it, they know what the committee is referring for, wants to be regularized.
Honorable Speaker, this is a resolution that you are developing. And you have to be specifically resolved. You cannot make a blanket resolution. So at the end of the day, who are you going to hold accountable? So if you make it open, they said, okay, we don't know what you mean by this. So what I'm saying, what you resolve to should be specific. But anyway, it depends, it's left to the House.
Actually, what they explain, Honorable Member, is already since this thing happened, the ministry had done some actions. And if you now talk about, for instance, if there is a new board, for instance, and you now send to them that a new board should be instituted, dissolve the other board, for instance, recommend that. It may mean that the thing they have put in place should go also. So that's why they said so far they are aware of the concerns of FPAC. They were engaged and it was explained to them. So if you ask them to regularize the irregularities, they know what were irregular. They know it.
If he wants that way, I think all that we can add is to regularize the situation surrounding the board, because the issue surrounding the board, the chairperson and the director general. The chairperson and the director general are both members of the board. So if you say surrounding the board, includes all those people. So you want us to be specific. It is on the board. Yeah? Fine. I'm trying to limit to chairperson and then the director general. You said the principal accountant?
If you are specific, you know, the argument you post for not being specific is that there may be happenings there that you are not aware of.
Chair.
So what is added by the minority is report back to FPAC on report back to FPAC by November 15th. Not 2024, but 2023. Can you read the reconstructed resolution for members to hear?
The Ministry of Youth and Sports must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October 2023 and report back to FPAC by November 2023. By November 15, 2023.
Latrikunda Sabigi, it's your turn. Central Badibu.
Yes, I have observation on 31 and 27. 31, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Justice must review government's engagement with GAMWorks to protect public interest by end of October 2023. I want the mover to highlight on this. What is the government engagement? What is government engagement with GAMWorks? We need to know. No. Yes, and the other one, 27, that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December. Okay.
What is your question on?
Question is
on 31.
Yeah, on 31. I'm not clear with government engagement with GAMWorks. We want to be specific, and at the end of the day, they should report back to the FPAC to be added.
Mover of the motion, can you clarify?
Well, we have issue with GAMWorks regarding for GAMWorks to make submission of their financial statement to FPAC. There were legal opinions that GAMWorks is not under institution that's supposed to submit their financial statement to FPAC. And the legal opinion for that was backed by the Solicitor General. And then we consulted our legal department, and they also concur with that position. We have the feeling that partly government contributes to GAMWorks fundings. And if that is the case, and they cannot be accountable to the National Assembly, there's a need for the Justice Ministry to look into that. That is to review government engagement with GAMWorks regarding financing their projects.
Government investment. GAMWorks, I think, is wholly funded by government. It's not partial.
Not wholly and solely.
KK, a member for Combo South.
No.
Honorable Speaker, GAMWorks is an entity that is supported by institutions and agencies that are funded by the central government, and their funds are coming from the consolidated fund. So why should they not submit their report to FPAC? Government money is used in running the affairs of GAMWorks. All the constructions that they are doing for the local councils, they are contributing 10% of the amount, and that is coming from public funds. So they should be looked into.
When we talk about the World Bank and all these things, yes, but whatever is put there is paid by government, by the people. But this had been a long recurrent issue, even during our time. We had these problems. But it is because of the agreement signed between the government and the parties. So if you look at this statement, the engagement, I think GAMWorks came about by an act of parliament. So I think it's not the engaging them, but reviewing whatever agreements they put up together. And that to be specific, I think is so that they can be accountable to the Gambian people through FPAC. I think we should be specific on this particular one, so whatever they want to review, they know what you want them to have in it. I think that's what you want, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. Any comments on that? Woolley East?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I think the issue is if they are dealing with government public funds, therefore they must submit their accounts for audit by the Auditor General. So whatever we are going to say here is that we want them to review their arrangement with the GAMWorks to ensure that GAMWorks submits their accounts for the interest, so that the interest of the public is ensured. I think something like that would suffice.
I cannot recall much. Yes, let me have members. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this issue of GAMWorks and the National Assembly is not from today. Even if you could remember, then FPAC from 2012 to 2017, we have this issue with GAMWorks. GAMWorks legally, they believe
they should not be accountable by the National Assembly. In this case, I think now what we should do now is to look for a legal opinion on this matter.
You see, if I can faintly remember, I think GAMWORKS funds come from, I think, the World Bank or where. And then it's a form of a loan. And that is being paid by the Gambian people. Yeah, the government is the Gambian people. Now, well, some of the conditions why those people will put their funds for payment is that they want to make sure that their funds are secured and well accounted for. And therefore, the GAMWORKS accounts are audited by, I think, World Bank auditors, external auditors by World Bank, and accounts submitted, if I am not wrong. Now, the irony here is we also want GAMWORKS, because we finally pay the money, and therefore we want them to be accountable to the Gambian people. The agreement then was, can we have the account shared, that is the account by the external auditors, sent to them and sent to the Auditor General for onward transmission to Parliament. Those were things that were thought about, but we could not finalize it. But if I remember faintly, so these were some of the challenges we had. It has something to do with conditions for the money to be given. Yes, before I call you, I want to see if there is any other part. Okay, Joshua, you can come.
Joshua.
Yes, Central Badibu.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, if I could have the mover of the motion saying that they have already sought a legal opinion to this matter. But what I could remember vividly, in the 5th legislature, we have to be clear in what area or in what manner that National Assembly is limited with GAMWORKS. Because there was a project, the construction of Sukuta Jambanjeri Road, which was given to GAMWORKS and National Assembly Select Committee on Monitoring performance oversight to them. And the Gambia Food Processing Unit, also GGC, they also had a project with those people. And they were called here to answer to the National Assembly. So what kind of separation are you trying to put across? Can we be well informed, or we allow FPAC to still, look into this matter and seek legal opinion as suggested by you? Because
they are not getting the audited accounts of GAMWORKS, and they want to get the audited accounts of GAMWORKS. Honorable member for Central Badibu, listen to this one. What they want is to get the audited accounts of GAMWORKS, just like they receive audited accounts of other institutions. That's the challenge they have. Yes, sorry. Okay, after Nyamina, the nominated member, Keba.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if I should hear from the member for Central Badibu that GAMWORKS themselves have seek a legal opinion on this matter, I think it's better they share the legal opinion with us so that we can know what to do. What was the legal opinion?
Honorable member for nominated member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, legal opinions were sought on this issue, both from the Ministry of Justice and the National Assembly. And both cited Section 175 of the Constitution, saying GAMWORKS doesn't qualify to be called a public enterprise. But what FPAC is trying to do here is, we know that GAMWORKS was incorporated in 1993 as an agency which is tasked to make sure that government infrastructure projects are delivered based on what efficiency and productivity. And the main reason they are having finance from their sponsors is because they are leveraging on the goodwill of what? Government. So we do not want to conclude. That's why we want the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Justice to review the framework they have with GAMWORKS in order to protect the interests of the Gambian people. We've passed the stage of seeking legal advice. We've already got that. and FPAC cannot do any other thing. We now want the plenary to mandate us in order to tax the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Finance to protect the interests of the people. Thank you.
I think you are very clear, but I think you should reframe your statement, your motion, your resolution. Because it's a review, it's a possible review of the agreement or the framework between the two parties with a view to ensure that GAMWorks is accountable to the National Assembly.
Sorry.
I think that's what you want.
No, we do not want to be specific. We want to leave it in the hands of the technicians in both ministries. It might even require a constitutional amendment. I can say today, let's amend the Constitution, Section 175, and make sure GAMWorks is in. But we do not want to be specific. We want the recommendations to come from where? Whatever they recommend as Parliament, we make sure we ensure it.
No, you may not, Honorable, I don't think section, if you want to amend so that it can be a parastatal, it may not be a parastatal. But any institution, whether named or unnamed, and you are paid for, you are paid with public funds, you are accountable to the National Assembly.
Yes, Speaker.
There is no exception. That one, the possible amendment is relating it to public enterprises. It may not be a public enterprise, doesn't matter. Let it be what it is, but let it be accountable to the institution. Yes, Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we have to be very clear here with GAMWorks, because I mean these are two things. There are projects that are dealing directly with government, that government assigned GAMWorks to monitor and supervise. Let's have an example of the health posts that they built recently. Those are government projects. Can we say here that those projects should be accounted by Parliament? Parliament needs to know those accounts, how they were spent, but not all their accounts, but be specific.
Can you start again?
What I want to say here is very clear. Let's take it this way. GAMWorks is not only dealing with government projects. At times, government do assign them on projects to monitor and supervise. They give them the funds and ask them to do A, B, C, and D. Let's take an example of the health projects. The health posts that are newly built were monitored and supervised by GAMWorks. Can we see that all those government projects that were assigned by government for GAMWorks to monitor should be accountable by the Parliament? I think when we say take it,
yeah, Honorable.
Yes.
Any public fund, wherever Gambia government people's money go into, you are accountable. Anywhere.
Yeah, but if when it comes to the constitution, they do have their legal part of it. They came and then they were asked to say no. It's not a response to Parliament. Now I'm saying that as far as the legal part of it is there, let Parliament come and take it this way to say all projects that are given to them by government should be accountable for.
What is happening is the agreement. What people took it from is you want to make GAMWorks a parastatal so that the public enterprises would bring in their accounts. They are telling you GAMWorks is not. That's what they rely on. But there are provisions in the Constitution that dictates that all public institutions that is funded by public funds should be they should be audited by the Auditor General, and the Auditor General's report should come to the National Assembly. Whether you are a parastatal or a public enterprise or a non, so far you are utilizing public funds. So is the agreement that they had with GAMWorks, because that was the condition laid by the World Bank before they would put in their money. And they agreed. That's why they are asking government to see whether they can have a re-engagement with GAMWorks. With a view to ensuring that they are transparent to the people, to the Gambian people. I think that's the request in short.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think this is very clear. For this one, I will support FPAC. Because GAMWorks, as I was doing just some more research, definitely it's not a public enterprise, it's not a government agency, it's just a company sort of established by the Companies Act, something like that. But as they recommend, let the agreement be reviewed so that we put something in place. The public funds that are going in there, we see how best it can be accounted. But we cannot specify. I think this is very apt and appropriate.
Como South. Honorable Speaker, GAMWorks was incorporated in 1993 as an international NGO working in the Gambia with civil society organization, youth, and GALTA. So the board of GAMWorks comprises of these 4 institutions, and they pay annual contribution to GAMWorks as a member of the board. And when other councils or ministries are engaging GAMWorks, they pay 10% of the total cost to GAMWorks for the supervision and the work that they are doing. Like if you are giving the building at BCC, if it is 30 million, BCC will have to pay 10 million out of that, 10% of that to GAMWorks for the construction work and the supervision that they are doing. Why should they not come and report to FPAC to see the funds that they are derived from the consolidated fund are spent? We are not telling the lawyers or the Ministry of Justice that we are calling GAMWorks as a public enterprise. We are not saying that. What we are saying, funds that are being derived from the consolidated fund should be accounted for by the agency. That's all. And those agencies are manned and ruled by these organizations that are public entities in this country.
I think we almost all speaking the same language now. That's all what you want is GAMWorks to be accountable. Yeah, I think all what the concern by the member for Central Badibu was trying to reframe it and restructure it so that the meaning can come out. Am I right? Yeah. Yes, honorable member.
Yeah, now having listened to the proposal from different members, I now crafted the amendment as follows: that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Justice must review the legal framework on GAMWorks to make it accountable to the people, period.
You okay with that? Okay. Now you're honorable member for Central Badibu.
Is 27. Yes, we are done with it. Now that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December 2022 to the FPAC will have their budget not approved. Now, for example, when we say area councils, you know, they get subvention from government. So that's why I want to be cleared by the mover here. What do you mean by is it both our national budget and the subvention or whatsoever it is? I don't know what you mean by this. And is it a wise decision to not to approve their budget?
Honorable member.
Now, if we are getting persistently, institutions are not submitting their audited finance, and then we are giving you a budget, we believe we should not draw a conclusion and act swiftly. And that's why we are giving this time frame for them to comply and then do so. Otherwise, we'll not be giving the fund, because if we give you the fund and you are not giving us your report, I mean, we are encouraging you not to be giving us report. We believe if we do this, they will be committed to act urgently.
Well, honorable member, I think there are people assigned to prepare the accounts and make it available to you. It's not all the institution members, the cleaners, the laborers, the listings, the drivers. It's not them. You assigned people who are supposed to prepare these things for you. If they don't do it, why don't you go for those people? You have a situation where an institution doesn't have a budget. I mean, those people will not, those people are not affected. It's the whole country that will be affected. So let's be specific. It's not denying them the budget is not the issue. There are people who are supposed to do it. That's why they are paid what they are paid. They did not do it. You identify them and punish them.
The other option is, can I come? Generally, you can say the institution's budget will not be approved, or you can limit it to the development budget of the institution. Now the recurrent budget can be there that can address the issue of salaries that we are bothered about. But in terms of development budget, we can say that will not be approved.
Yeah, Honorable, if the development budget is not approved, does it affect the institution or Gambia? It does not affect the director. The director, in fact, could be moved in the next day to another place, or the minister moved or removed. So when you don't approve a budget, it does not do anything to them. In fact, you are punishing everybody. We fall shy of saying that when you have not done this, A, B, C, and D should be done A, B, and C. You know how institutions operate. Who are those responsible? You know them. But not giving a whole institution a budget. For instance, education, you don't give it a budget. What happens? It means everything is down. So let's identify the people.
Joshua.
Wrong. Then from there, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, if I can record, I think I came up with this resolution, Honorable Speaker. The reason why I brought up this resolution was very clear. It's like we do have audited reports that are pending. And then I felt that it was necessary to say, before any budget is being passed, A, B, and C need to be done. Bring us your last audited report. We see it and it's not been approved, but let it be submitted to us. And then next budget we can approve it. Because, Honorable Speaker, it's like, today when we are dealing with the World Bank, they come with their conditions. And if those conditions are not fulfilled, nothing is being disbursed. Why don't we apply the same thing to say, if you don't come with your audit accounts, we are not going to approve your budget. So by bringing your audit account, we could have qualified your budget to be approved. This is why I came up with this resolution. But the way I'm saying, if you want to leave it as it is, it's going to be a problem, Honorable Speaker, because the one on top is responsible of the one on the glass also, Honorable Speaker.
Saying the same thing as what is contained in the budget, in the statement.
I came up with this.
Yes, so you have said that already. Yes. We are studying up. What I'm trying to say is, not approving a budget is a punishment for the whole Gambian people.
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, no, before I come to you, I have said after him, I said it was minority, I think, then Deputy Speaker, then Talending.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you looked at this resolution, a situation, Honorable Speaker, where an institution cannot give an audited account and cannot give an activity report, and then again, still now, you want to give them money because it is through this audited account and the activity report that you can even determine their budget. In the event they cannot produce it, I think the way it is, in this case, it is apt, definitely, the way it is captured now.
Why didn't you punish the money? Why didn't you punish the management?
No, here you are not punishing the management because the management is not doing their work. They cannot produce audited account. This is what
I'm saying. Why are you not punishing the management, but you are not giving them a budget that the whole Gambia will suffer? Honorable member, nominated member and speaker, deputy speaker.
Honorable Speaker, FPAC or any other committee must have informed those institutions, officials who are responsible to submit their audited account and financial statement to FPAC. They must have been written to time and time again.
And these institutions have management. They have leadership of those various institutions. Why not punish those management? Because one, they are either doing it blatantly with disregard of the institution of the National Assembly. Two, they are ineffective. Three, or maybe there is mismanagement of funds or corruption. And then four, this cannot be as usual. If you want to deny budget for a whole institution, 1, 2, 3, 4 institutions, you are calling for a serious ungovernable in this country. You are calling for crisis, you are calling for chaos in this country, and you are denying a good number of people their pay, them going to work, and it can be instability. You have management in institutions. FPAC have written to them, and FPAC is tabling this report for us as the highest institution in terms of oversight and in terms of accountability, because these people are accountable to the president and to the National Assembly. So as an institution, we must take the bull by the horn, because what is going to happen as a managing director or a finance director or a CEO or a board chairman and board membership, they cannot hold this assembly and this country to ransom by us aiding and abetting them, helping them to run this country into chaos. Because if we deny these people pay and we deny them budget because of few people, we are rendering this country ungovernable. What we should do is those institutions to be identified and FPAC to identify their leaderships. That's when the CEOs, the board chair, in fact, the entire board, because the board is responsible for causing, or the minister, to cause the financials or the activity report and financial statement and account be audited and submitted to Parliament. So we must identify those who are responsible and put up a punitive measures. FPAC must have warned them several times with letters they refuse. If we don't do that, we are not doing justice to this country.
Honorable members, I think if it is a PE, a public enterprise, it's managed by a board. And the board, usually, the CEO is a member of the board, a secretary. If that institution does not prepare accounts or is going wrong, by whoever is doing, should have done it, they are empowered to ensure that it is done or discipline them. If they are not doing that and nothing is happening, you get to them and you levy it on them. Then you exonerate them and say the institution. And then where not only the institution, everybody else will suffer. There are people who are paid for it to make sure that things happen that way. That's their TOR. And they are not doing it. Honorable member for challenging.
Honorable Speaker, this is just to reinforce your position. I think I've said it the other time here. We must find out who is responsible, whose job it is to prepare these audited accounts and present to FPAC. Those are the people we should hold responsible. We cannot punish everyone in the institutions based on the failures or ineptitude of someone else. It's not a fair treatment. You know, it's not definitely fair. And then when we say budget includes other, PE, personal emoluments, and other important, even they are current, but they are important. You know, if we want to disapprove all of this because of the ineffectiveness or ineptitude of the seniors in an institution, I don't think that's a fair treatment. Let's look at whose job it is to provide these audited accounts to FPAC, and hold them accountable and responsible. And then even, I don't know whether we can apply, contempt of the committee or National Assembly or something, because when they fail to provide the documents that they are supposed to provide, I don't know. But then we'll just find somebody in the institution to punish. We cannot punish the cleaners, the clerks, and everyone in the institution because of the wrongdoings or the ineffectiveness of somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it's the board that's naturally responsible to ensure that accounts are prepared, and then it may be the finance director and some accounting officers who do the job. But who should ensure that it is done? It's the board. It's the management. Let's get the management. If it is not done, we would have heard that it is not done, and Mr. A or B or Mrs. B has been punished by management for not doing this, and somebody is put in who is doing the job. But where it is not happening, it means you should deal with them. The management.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I think here we should just propose probably either by 31st of December 2023, depending on the chair's proposal, those who are responsible of causing the budget or the audited account to be laid before Parliament, failure of which the management and the board they should be replaced.
On the floor, rather than not approving the budget of the institutions involved. The suggestion is, why don't you identify the culprits and then punish them for their failures? Who list?
Thank you, Honorable. I think we are dealing with 27, isn't it? Number 27, that the institutions that have not. Minority Leader.
Please.
Minority Leader, that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December 2020 to the FPAC, that that's not the sense that we want to say. So we should say that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports do so by 31st December 20, no, that's not. Do activity reports up to 31st December 2020 to the FPAC, do so, and then you give a time frame.
It is correct here. The way it is correct.
No, there is no time frame. 27, we are dealing with 27.
Yes, but we are having two things.
Yes.
We are now battling with the issue of will have their budget not approved.
Yes, but the instruction itself is not clear.
Yes, what we are saying is, you are trying to put a time frame to it. Yeah, but to put a time frame is another thing. What about the one now pending? What is your opinion on that?
No, I said what I said is that, for example, what the deputy speaker said, that the responsible personnel be reprimanded if they have not done so.
Approving the budget.
Yeah. The responsible personnel be reprimanded.
What do you want included in addition to that?
If you don't know the specific persons who are responsible, you just say the responsible personnel. And then at the end of the time, then you know.
If it is, if it is public enterprises, is the board. No other person. Not the board care, board. Yes, minority.
Yes, having listened to the proposals and suggestions, concerns, I hereby crafted the amendment as follows: that the institutions that have not submitted their pending audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December 2023 to the FPAC must do so by 31st December 2023, failure of which disciplinary actions must be taken on the management. The first 2020 is, the first one is 2020.
Audited accounts and activity reports, those who have not prepared that up to 2020.
2020.
Are now given the chance to prepare it before 31st December 2023.
2023.
Yes.
Should be taken on the management specifically.
Honorable Speaker. Chair. Honorable Speaker, I was just wondering if you only stop at management, does that include board, or you have to say, yeah, the board and management? Because the board is the management as well. Can the chair elucidate more on that?
That some others may not have a board. Some institutions who have failed may not have a board. So if you have an institution that has a board, it means the board is the management. Where you don't have a board, there will be a management committee. I think that's what it implies.
Do you also have some institution without a board also? They are still presenting their audited account to FPAC. So if that is the case, when you say board and management?
Say board and management, you know, some institutions with boards still have management committees. So you are going to, when you say management, the board is part of management, or they are not. All right, to be on the safe side, we put board and management.
Yeah, you know, for clarity, because this is a resolution, some will, I'm not sure what they will, but you know, you are.
You see, if you talk about responsible personnel, they can go and be witch hunting the director of finance, the deputy director, these things and all these things. When we are not referring to those people, they are the ones who failed their duty to make sure that those things were prepared. So that's why we want the board and management. Minority. Board and management, huh?
Management. Why do you want to? When we are reviewing the reports of the committees, it is the management that responds to audit queries. The board chairperson is there, but his responsibility is only to open and do the introductory remarks. But issues regarding to responding to audit queries, that's the sole responsibility of the management.
Honorable, there is one thing. Responding to audit queries is management or administration. The board's responsibility is to make sure that the institution performs its obligatory duties. That's why even in the constitution, they put the president should ensure that the budget, the estimates of this and that is relayed to parliament within this. So it's the board that is there to make sure that those functions happen. When it comes to the day-to-day operations, the board cannot answer that. It's the management, those people who are responsible, who will answer that. But for the accounts to be prepared, the board should ensure that the accounts are prepared, because when it is prepared, it's given to them first before it goes anywhere for their approval.
Honorable Speaker.
So for money, if you know, we don't want them, the leaders, to go and punish innocent workers there. Before you come out with your resolution, if there were lapses, they should make sure that they punish them to do the job. But when all those things failed, and Parliament is now coming up, we are now only going for the management, the heads, the board, because they are the ones who had failed. So we should hold them to account.
Speaker?
Yes?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, no doubt to your submission. Mine was only to find out, do we have some institution that report to FPAC but they don't have board? That is why before debating, just say board and or management. Simple. For example, council, do they have management? Or do we have other institutions that goes to FPAC and they don't have, sorry, do they have a board? Do we have other institutions that report to FPAC but they don't have board? When you have that, you are free, you are safeguard, you are assured that whether they have, they don't have, everybody is on board.
I think both chairs are responsible for ensuring that all regulations and rules and functions of the board are adhered to. So it is the responsibility for each board director or board chairperson to make sure that the reports are prepared on the preferred schedule in their governance structures. So it is the directors that are responsible and the chairperson. The directors of the institutions and the chairperson are responsible for the preparation of the audit papers to the auditors.
You know, when you say chairperson, the board chairperson. You know, when you say the board, usually when you constitute a board, the board members say, okay, so you are comfortable with board and management. Fine. We have finished that. Any other? No, we are going by the list. Lower Fladu, West. Jesuang.
I think I have an additional one here. If possible, to be named as number 38 before going to the other ones that I've already marked. With regards to the resolution, number 38, if possible, that the Ministry of Finance.
Are you proposing a new insertion?
Yeah, I'm proposing a new one plus the one I have here.
Hey, the one you are bringing now, is it a new insertion?
It's a new one, yes. It's a new one.
Okay.
Hey, it's a new one. Number 38, if possible. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance should make sure that all council use the IFMIS system in order to, in their council dealings, transaction. Let them use the IFMIS system in their council transaction. For all financial transactions, they should use the IFMIS system in all councils. Yeah. No, but it's there, but they're not using it. This is why there are many problems. So we should make sure they use it in all their transactions.
It's there, but they don't use it.
They are not using it, they should use it. Because this is why we're having all these problems.
You know, IFMIS, even us, we have problems. IFMIS is a specialized thing for institutions to use.
But Speaker, they are trained for it.
Let me learn.
Okay.
I'll let you learn. These are specialized issues. If you force councils to use it, council cannot prepare ordinary accounting these things to prepare and bring to you people. You are now telling them to go and prepare through IFMIS.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
People are saying something. Say it loud for people to hear. If somebody is standing, then don't comment. Yes. Honorable member, you can go ahead. You can go on.
Honorable Speaker, yes, the system is already there. And then they were all trained through this system. And the reason why the money was spent on the system is to regularize the councils. And the government is also using the same system. What are they doing with the Asikuta World, with the GRA? It's a new system and they are using it. And they are making way out of it. So I think it should be important for them to use it because some of them are running away from it because they know that it's there to regularize and monitor them properly. So if you are saying that it's not possible, it's like we don't want to regularize things. So let's make sure that they use it because they are already trained for it and money was spent on this.
You know, I think our difference here is, even when government introduced IFMIS, it was gradually introduced. It involved a lot of training. And what we do know about councils is they don't have capacity. They have it.
They have well-trained personnel, Speaker.
They have
well-trained personnel in this council, Speaker. They are just being trained from it, and if it is forced on them, they will use it. They are efficient.
who are the accountants or financial people here to at least guide us in this, whether...
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Central Badibu.
Honorable Speaker,
Deputy Speaker.
I think Honorable Member of Josung is trying to ensure that we have physical discipline in terms of financial transaction. He's trying to recommend for adjustment with the councils. They cannot just try to use the prototype system of accounting and auditing. So IFMIS system is the most advanced system. So you cannot don't stand for them here. Allow them so that we tax them to perform the duty expected. You don't know their coffers or their pocket. So you cannot say they don't have money.
Honorable member, what I do know is the greatest challenges we have at the councils used to be capacity. In fact, some of the things that slowed down decentralization was capacity. There was a time, in fact, when people were supposed to be redeployed from the relevant institutions to go to councils for decentralization. So when you talk about introduction of IFMIS, introduction of IFMIS does not mean everything is perfect. There are institutions who are not using IFMIS. They are using systems that are helping them to ensure accountability and transparency. What I do know is IFMIS had been a challenge. This is what I'm saying. If you want to enforce them to do it, no problems. But what I thought we should encourage them to do is to do transparent accounting system that they are competent to do.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposal is to, yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker first, before I make.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, councils employs or taps employees from Gambian people. The efficient people we have in the ministries from Gambians. The efficient people we have in the ministries, parastatal or private sector, we still have the same Gambians. Once positions are created or they know very well that they need expertise and expert to do that, they will apply. What we need to do is to say probably by July 2024 or by December 2024, they must implement IFMIS, because the objective would be to enhance financial discipline and prudent usage of service delivery and also usage of public finance that comes through the councils. So irrespective of whatever you believe, but we should be able to give them a timeline, and I support his proposal.
That's fine, honorable members. All what I know is, even in this institution, we had challenges, even to recruit people for IFMIS. So if that is so, I think can you reread it? Can you reread your proposal?
Member who don't want to contribute, before I come in, member who don't want to contribute. Member who don't want to contribute.
He said what?
Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Finance should ensure that all councils in this country use the IFMIS system for their financial transaction, with effect from, it's already there, but now they should be using it with immediate effect. With immediate effect.
Honorable member for Woolly East, he knows weak place. Weak place. Does he know Kuntaur Area Council?
No, Honorable Speaker.
The place. You should know the place yourself.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Members, the proposal is that the finance ministry should ensure that councils use IFMIS system with immediate effect.
No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, please. Honorable Speaker, you see, the reason why the member came up with this suggestion, he must have realized that there are some lapses. And
No, honorable member, we have passed that. We now want to include it.
No. 1 second.
What we want to do is...
Honorable Speaker, what I want him is immediate effect might not be very convenient or effective. Why not the member to say July, effective July 2024 or January 2024, so that they will have time to employ efficient people?
But according to you people, you said they have efficient people and it's already there.
No.
That's what you have said.
No, what we
it's already there and there is capacity.
No, what we said.
Why wait until July 2024?
No, what we said, Honorable Speaker, I said I share your views that it's complicated and it needs qualified people. And I said we have qualified people everywhere in the country, but you need to employ them. And employing, there are processes and procedures in this public institution. Sometimes you have deadlines. So if we say immediate effect, what is the rationale of us saying this must be done? Because the rationale is effectiveness. We cannot say immediate effect.
Qualified IFMIS personnel, it's most difficult to employ them. Well, you cannot even get them from the ministry itself because of the package they have. So if you are talking about councils to appoint those type of people, it's out of the way. Now, you want it there. If it is not applicable, they will come back to you.
Yes, honorable.
You know, I don't just want...
Honorable,
Honorable, what I don't want is members to make a resolution that is not applicable. I don't want that. So we need more research on these things. We just don't make things only to come and find out after all what we have done, this is not applicable because of A, B, and C. But nonetheless, we can just capture it as it is, that the finance ministry ensures that councils is it introduced? They said it's already there. How are you going to introduce?
It's already there.
Honorable Speaker,
is it finance that introduces these things to them?
Yes, it's
Honorable Speaker, 1 second. Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
You know, the member or some members are claiming that it's been introduced already, but because of capacity or lack of interest from council to make sure it happened. Now, to cater for either inefficiency or lack of capacity, to cater for everybody on board, we must come up to say, effective July 2024, all councils must use all their financial dealings through its system by January 2024 or July 2024.
Yes, that's what we are saying. Others are saying that finance should introduce.
Now that is why
That's what I heard from Woody and these people.
We will not use the term introduce. What we are going to say is what we should say is by July 2024 or by January 2024, all council financial dealing must be on IFMIS.
No. So you now leave out finance.
No,
because he's talking about the Ministry of Finance should ensure. That's what his statement was.
Now,
are you putting all that away?
No, Honorable Speaker. Okay, we can say by end July 2024 or by January 1st, 2024, the Ministry of Finance must ensure that effective January 2024 or July 2024, all councils' financial transactions.
You stick to one.
No.
You want to say January or July? No, you make a proposal.
No, I am not the mover of the motion. It's up to him. All right, now, order, please. We are in September.
We have 3 months stock. Now, let's say July, effective July 2024. Yes. Yes, because, Honorable Speaker, the member for Woolly is.
Honorable. Now, I think we have concluded this now. We have agreed that it should be used and that we are going to agree it will be latest July 2024. Huh? So, minority, minority, you've captured it, that the finance ministry should ensure that councils, all councils should use IFMI system latest 31st July 2024. Huh? January is short. Now, let's not debate that now. Now, we have 38. IFMI. Councils. Latest. So next proposal.
Number 4. Number 4.
Go ahead.
Secretary General of the President. And then the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works. To provide recent explanation to the FPAC as to why the approval for a single source procurement for the rehabilitation works at State House was sought after the completion of the work on or before 28 September 2023. So if they fail to do this, what's next? I think there should be, after the failure, when they fail to do so, the secretary and the permanent secretary should be called by FPAC for explanation. And so this letter should be added there.
They should provide a written explanation.
Yes, FPAC.
When the written explanation is not forthcoming,
exactly,
FPAC will bring another recommendation to you.
After 28, they should come back to you. No, it should be here.
Honorable member for Olyundum. Pardon?
It's fine, I'm good.
It's fine. Honorable nominated member Kewalang. Nyamina Dankunku.
I'm around. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just have a general observation on the stipulated time frame.
Sorry.
On the stipulated time frame, that is 28 September. No, it's almost all the recommendation. 28 September. If you looked up from today to 28 September is 9 days. If you remove Saturdays and Sundays. Yes, you see, my argument is my point of observation. Actually, we don't want to give them a time frame where they can come back again. Because let us look at it. Why not we give them at least 1 month grace period? 1 month. That from the date today, 18 October. Anyway, that's my observation on this time frame.
Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, I think if you look at the COVID-19 report, we are using the same time frame. It was supposed to be on Thursday. If you look at the first draft, we say from the 14th to 25th. Because we could not lay this one on the 14th, we had to make that adjustment. But the same time frame that has been given to COVID is the same one that we are giving to them, where we need them to report back the same time frame.
Because of Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, because of also the exigency of time, and as alluded to by the member for Nyamina Dankuku and the chairman, once resolutions of this nature are passed, I know it's the norms, but they should expedite it to urgently send copies to relevant institutions, including the Chief Executive Office of the country.
Honorable Member for Woolly East. No. We are now moving. Oh, you still want to do? I thought we have concluded that. I think we have agreed that we leave it as that because you have passed. It's just the same thing as the one you passed. Yes. Honorable Member for Dankunku, Nyamina. Nyamina Dankunku, are you okay?
The position of the whole house is to maintain it, but actually, if you give a time that is impossible again, it's going to derail our work.
No, what they are saying is they are giving the same time to the previous resolution you passed for COVID-19. Are you comfortable, Honorable Member Nyamina?
Whatever the house decides, but I am not comfortable with 9 days.
Honorable members, what is your opinion? We leave it as it is, or we
my opinion is we give it a time frame of 1 month.
Yes.
From the day the resolution is passed.
So I will second that.
No, we leave it as it is. Honorable members, I don't like people shouting.
Okay.
Everybody will be given a chance. The minority is saying that the time frame is short to enable these people to report back. We give them a month. The mover of the motion said they have given all of them the same time frame. The previous resolutions you passed for COVID-19 was on the 25th, I don't know, according to him. This one was the same, but it is adjusted because of the extra 2-3 days it also had to take it to the 28th. So they want both resolutions to have the same time frame, not giving this one 1 month and the other one 8 days or 10 days. That's his point. Now you've had both sides. What is your opinion? We leave it as it is or we move it? Who thinks otherwise? Yeah, who thinks otherwise? Okay. Then we continue. Honorable Member for Woolly.
Yes, thank you. Mine is on 24. That the judiciary prepares the account and submit for audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023. I don't see any time frame there. I don't see any repercussion for not doing so. Is that it's rectified?
To year ended 31st/12/2022 and submit them for audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, can you read that?
No, that one doesn't matter.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Can you go over it again?
What do you have? There was an amendment on that 24, and what I captured was that the judiciary prepared their accounts and submit them. Somebody said, there were observations until you finally agreed that their accounts from the year ended 31st December 2016 to 31st December 2022. That's what you agreed and you captured. You even gave it out. And then submit them for audit to the Auditor General, not for the period ending, before 31st December 2023. That one should not be for the period ending. You cannot bring accounts for the December 2023. Is that the timeline to the Auditor General before 31st December 2023, not Auditor General for the period, to Auditor General before 31st December 2023. Member for Woolly East, is that what you mean? Yeah, we have already done the correction on it. It was all captured. Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Minority, have you captured it now? Huh? All right, Minority, what about this other one? There is this, look at 18. The Director General of where? Have you seen it? What is it?
GCCPC must ensure that the money is involved in
GCCPC.
Gambia Consumer Protection
Gambia
Commission.
I think this is not a common abbreviation. I think why don't you write it down?
Okay.
And put in full GCCPC in bracket.
In full.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll write it in full.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You know.
Gambia Competition and Consumer Protection Commission.
No, that was my only
concern. Okay.
Yeah. Because
so we write it in full.
So, honorable members, I have finished the list. So, do I put the question now, or do you still have some observations to make? Honorable members, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the resolutions of ECPAC Committee on the Auditor General's report as amended Honorable Woolley?
If you know what he's talking about, he was talking about fraud. So if it is about fraud,
Honorable, you refer us specifically to areas.
No, where you the last one that you've just been dealing with, that was the fraud one, that they must recover the fuel.
Which number? Honorable, these are the number.
18. The 18 you are talking about, the 18.
18?
Yeah, the number 18.
Yes.
You know, he's talking about fuel coupons defrauded. Okay. That the director of GCCPC must ensure that the monies involved in fraud case concerning fuel coupons defrauded by their staff be fully recovered on or before the 28th September 2023, failure of which the Inspector General of Police must lodge an investigation possible. If the fraud case is established, it's already established, then we are giving chance for them to pay the money. So which means after paying the money, you leave the staff to continue with the practice that they are doing. That's how I see it. So I think the Inspector General of Police should immediately since it is already established, should immediately launch an investigation into this matter. Don't give them another chance to bring money and then they stay there.
But I think the best thing is not to lose everything. Paying the money does not prevent an investigation. Paying the money does not prevent that the crime has been committed. You can be punished for that. But the most important thing is to get the money back. Not, you know. And honorable members, be it resolved that this honorable assembly do adopt the resolution of the National Assembly of the EPAC committee, rather, on the audited reports on the accounts of the Gambia government, area councils, and parastatals as amended. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. I think we all have done our corrections. Minority leader and the mover of the motion has captured all the corrections. Minority, am I right? So we are ready with it. Sure. I thought that this will take us 30 minutes to 1 hour. Which minister? Is are the ministers here? Clerk. Clerk. Clerk, can we proceed?
Oral ministerial reply. Orders 47, 48, and 50. Minister's reply to the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development nationwide visit to intervention sites, September 2022, by the Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Honorable members, after the adoption of the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development nationwide visit to intervention sites, that is from September 2022, during the previous session, the report was submitted to government, in particular the Minister for Agriculture, for consideration and reply as per Order 100 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture is scheduled today to reply to the report. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to take the podium and make his statement. Honorable Minister. Yes, can we hear the point of order?
Thank you. Honorable Chair, point of order. Oral 48, oral ministerial statement 2. The Vice President or Minister shall make a written copy of the statement available to members as early as possible and in any event at least 30 minutes before delivering the statement. I don't see the statement in front of me. No, this is under order 47 and 48, and this is 48. It is stated 48, so then it should be amended on the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul South. Honorable Member, if you look at it, this is the Minister's reply as per reports of committees who went round. It's not necessarily Standing Order 48 or 47, is Standing Order 100 that we are invoking for the Honorable Minister to respond to issues raised by the various committees before us here. It does not warrant a submission of statements by the Minister, as if it were the oral statements made by the Minister to questions posed by honorable members. This one we are invoking section 100. Honorable members, you can make reference to 100.
Then why was section 47 and 48 referenced?
8 and 49, they did it purposely because they thought the minister was speaking orally to you people. But the relevant section, if you look at the other paper is minister's reply to the report, which only comes under section 100 of the standing orders. So can the Honorable Minister please continue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, please allow me to thank the chairperson of the Select Committee on Agriculture and all the 9 members in the committee, plus the 3 support staff, for undertaking a very laborious 6-day tour of agricultural sites nationwide. Yes, it's your mandate, and we really thank you for the exercise. It goes a long way in complementing the executive, specifically the Ministry of Agriculture, project implementation and supervisory functions. I hope this becomes a routine in your calendar, and I've urged my permanent secretary and team to accord you the fullest support and cooperation in this exercise. The report highlighted several challenges nationwide, and also it came up with some recommendations. And I'm not sure if I'm going to go through the report and identify the challenges with our response, or the format is somebody's going to be asking questions. But nonetheless, on the introductory part, it said, and I would start from there, sites visited fell under the purview of the Roots Project, the Giraffe, P2RS, Rice Value Chain Transformation, and the Regional Rice Value Chain Development Project under the Ministry of Agriculture. Several recommendations in this report emanated from observations made by the committee during its visits. Then I would focus on the challenges that were identified by the committees, and I think that started, the pages were not numbered, but it said on the, it started at the findings, and it said the committee began engagement with stakeholders in the agricultural sector on the status of projects and programs with a stop at Nyomi Kanuma in the North Bank region. Members took note of the presentation of women on the aspect of horticultural garden and that the adult literacy program too. The garden project, it said, the women informed the committee of the garden project is a continuation of the NEMA project. As a result, the Roots project is taking it from the NEMA project, where the NEMA project stopped. The NEMA project constructed the fence, storage facility, and water reservoirs. The challenges are the size of the garden is 4 hectares. Also, they complained about market access and also literacy, adult literacy program. The issues identified regarding being 4 hectares, the reason is because the Roots project took over from NEMA and they exactly implemented the designs of the NEMA project. Because design and supervision would have taken a long time, so for the interest of exigency, they implemented the 4 hectare plan based on that. Also, the ministry has recognized the challenge of the size of the garden and will be working with the projects that are specialized in garden, are demand driven, and will be working with the community. The market access have been solved because the Roots have brokered an agreement with Kerkunta Farm in the North Bank region to be buying directly from Kanuma and Yalal Gardens so that the women don't have to struggle how to sell their produce anymore. And Kerkunta Garden has just been aided with $120,000 which is $7.5 million by the Giraffe Project as part of our goal to support private sector actors. The other issue that was identified was their overhead tank, that is the water issue. That was in Yalal, Tankonjala. The overhead tank and related irrigation infrastructure issues have been solved, and Yalal Tankonjala is in production at the moment. Then they also identified issues in Yalal relating to a damage to the fence due to a fallen tree. And also they said the storage facility had some leakage. I'm pleased to inform you that the fence have been restored since January and the leaking roof in Yalal has been resolved since January. The committee also had a courtesy call at the regional office in Kerewan. And in Kerewan, they talked about the Roots project operating in parallel to the government infrastructure. This is true and it is a challenge. However, we've made it very clear that projects from now on will be implemented through our structures. Roots project has parallel structure because it was part of the financing agreement. During my last visit to Rome, we had a meeting with IFAD and we've agreed to a midterm review. And this midterm will be in January 2024, where we will attempt to mainstream most of the root activities. The committee also had a spot check at the Chairman Center. And the management of the center took the honorable members on a tour, and members took note of the poultry initiative and turkey breeding, moringa plantation, and various vegetable plantation around the site. The management of the center highlighted some of their challenges with operational financing. They point out that it is cost intensive to provide chicken feed because all the raw materials are bought from Senegal. Currently, I'm happy to inform the honorable members that the center is totally under the Ministry of the Youth and Sports. I have had a joint visit with the Minister of Sports myself, and we are collaborating on how to support their activities. But the center is wholly and solely under the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Also, the committee visited Kaur Cold Storage, which is under the Roots project. The committee noted that the construction was slow. The main project staff were not on the ground to give details of the project and reasons for the slow progress. I am happy to inform you that the cold storage facility in Kaur and all the other three are completed. Roots and the Ministry of Agriculture staff are currently in the process of handing these to the communities. One of them, the one in Basse, had a leaking roof, which has since been resolved. So all the three cold storage facilities, the one in Kaur, Basse, and Jarasoma, are completed. The committee also went to Balangar and identified an animal drinking point. Of course, there were no challenges, but it was mentioned in the report. And I'm happy to inform you that, well, as it is, that animal drinking facility was established by P2RS project and is managed by the local committee. Every cattle owner pays $10 per cattle, and they use those funds locally to manage their drinking point. And it has been that way for a while with no issues. They also visited Sotuma Sambakoi, which is a rice producing area in the URR. And specifically, the challenges in Sotuma Sambakoi were the beneficiaries informed the committee that there are too many weeds on the farm and that they had to do 3 rounds of weeding. Water supply was also mentioned. The committee was informed that the land was in well level. It was also reported that the imbalance has caused incomplete land development program, has resulted from irrigation challenges. As a result, the GAF, that is the Gambia Armed Force Rice Project, relies on 2 pumping machines from the other parts of the farm, and they also spoke of instances of pest infestation and then birds being major issues and hindrance to their production. I'm happy to inform the committee and the House that pests and related issues be reported to the regional office in Basse. However, the ministry has a specialized department that is pest control, and if need be, it should be escalated to Yundum for expert involvement. But to be specific about that site in Sotuma, the regional rice value transformation has supplied them with birds and monkeys carrying guns. So that should have taken care of their problem. And they were also supplied with Sahel 134, which is a certified rice seed, high yielding rice seeds. I have also visited the site, and during the vacation of His Excellency the President, he visited that same site and has even donated them with a tractor. So we'll assume that their issues have been resolved as of now. The committee also went to Sutukoba in Woodley East and Kulari in URR. Their issues are similar. They talked about their drying floors, which were not completed. These drying floors in Sutukoba and Kulari, also the same issue in Nyankui and Kurau. The drying floors are completed, but the accompanying stores are not finished yet, up to now. Under the regional rice value chain, the contractor that was contracted to do these stores and dry floors is A&A Company. Several site visits have been done after your visit by the staff of the ministry, specifically contract committee members. Based on the poor contract performance, the contract of A&A has been terminated. In consultation with the donors, 2 performing contractors under the ministry have been identified to be subcontracted to finish the job. Then they also went to Sotokoi Mandinga, but I assume this was a spelling error. It should be Sololo Mandinga. Sololo. In Sololo, the challenges they identified were they highlighted the issue of monkeys as a threat to their crops, also talked about the overhead water tank for their borehole. They also reported that the Gambia Electrical, who is assigned for the installation of the overhead water tank, told them that the pump and the borehole were not ready yet or are not the recommended type. But it also observed that the place where the overhead water tank is earmarked is quite distant from the borehole. On other issues, apart from the monkeys, mainly around the monkeys and water issues in Sololo Mandinga. I'm pleased to inform you that in Sololo, there is a fully functional 6-hectare garden established by Roots. They receive seed and fertilizer support. Training was conducted for over 200 women in good vegetable production practices, and also it's an established farmer field school. Gas guns were delivered to them to help them handle the monkey and pest issue. The single toilet that was also a challenge has been identified by Roots, and they are evaluating this issue with the community. And the water tank issue has since been resolved. They don't have any water issue. But again, in Sololo, there was already a garden that was established by LADP project. The problem in that garden has been water reticulation, and they only produce during the rainy season. I'm happy to inform you that Sololo's second garden is part of the 11 gardens earmarked by Roots for rehabilitation. Then they also visited Sankulekunda. The committee had a brief stop at Sankulekunda at the request of the village committee to bring to the attention of National Assembly members the status of the work of the village rice fields. The challenges there are numerous. But I thank the committee for visiting Sankulekunda. It is a site that has serious potential and a site that has serious challenges at the same time. The contractor at Sankulekunda is Pabifort, and it's sad to inform you that it is definitely non-performing, and that area was actually transferred to CPCU and not routes as mentioned in the report. The community has gone through a lot, and we sincerely apologize for the production delay in Sankulekunda. However, in 2023 dry season production, the Ministry of Agriculture offered them free plowing services, which was done. We've supplied them with free high-yielding seeds, and we also supplied them with over 160 bags of fertilizer for free, all geared towards enhancing dry season production. Given all the less than optimal contractor issue in Sankulekunda, the ministry has decided to do a force account and has commenced to engage the engineering part of Maru Farms to complete the remaining of the civil work because Pabifort is unable to do so. In Janjambure, Nyantangle, and Farabale, the community of Janjambure is able to cultivate 3 hectares out of the 9 on the rice fields known as Nyantangle. The beneficiaries are concerned that the rice planted on the field were rain-fed and probably would die off if the rain stopped in about a month. Remember, this report was September 2022. Officials of Roots, and it should probably have said officials of the CPCU, has assigned the Janjambure community to engage NAWEC on the electricity supply issue, and that the Roots project would settle the costs involved in the process. The Roots project also assured them of a new generator would be installed for pumping facility in about 2 months. The same issue with Farabale. I'm happy to update you on the activity of the ministry and the projects regarding what happened in Nyantangle and Farabale since your visit in September 22. Currently, as we speak, both Nyantangle and Farabale are in production. During the dry season of 2023, Farabale received 38 bags of high-yielding seeds, 223 bags of fertilizer, and $32,000 worth of fuel to help them in their dry season production. And Nyantangle received about 60 bags of high-yielding seeds, 240 bags of fertilizer, and $36,000 worth of fuel to help them in their dry season production. During this current rainy season, both Farabale and Nyantangle were also given free plowing services by the Roots project. Seeds and fertilizer support were given to them. The pumping machines, as we speak, are functional, and both fields, Nyantangle and Faraba, are under intense production. The committee also visited the Lower River region, and the agriculture director highlighted a few challenges while they were in the LRR. The director explained that there is high cost of power supply, which is not paid for by the ministry and cost him personally, sometimes up to $15,000. He also highlighted the lack of mobility for his office and how difficult it is for the staff of the directorate to live up to their expectation without mobility challenges, without mobility issues being solved. I am happy to inform the National Assembly and the committee specifically that the Department of Agriculture in 2023 procured $1,060,000 worth of cash power and distributed it to all the regional offices. However, I have also discussed this with the Permanent Secretary and the Director General, just in case any regional office buys cash power out of their own pocket, which is highly unlikely, but also is a possibility. They should use the receipt and follow the procedure of refund. As far as mobility is concerned, The regional director has been given a brand new pickup by the Roots project, and already there was a Nemachoso pickup in the LRR. But also, the Department of Agriculture has received 24 motorcycles for LRR. LRR currently has 26 extension workers. So out of the 26, all the 24 have been supplied with motorbikes after your visit. The other areas of challenge that were identified were, let's say, it says, as the aspect of giraffe projects, and this is all in LRR, the region administered about 32 applications. 8 sites were selected, and but they think the list that was supplied to the project was disregarded and the project put in their own list. We are happy to inform you that LRR actually currently benefits 8 out of the 40 gardens that are to be erected by the giraffe project. So LRR alone has about 20% of all the gardens that are planned by the ministry. So the region has been well taken care of. Also, in LRR, the garden in Manduar, Nema, and Medina are part of the 14 to be rehabilitated by the Roots project. They also visited Jarasoma, where they went and had a view of the cold storage facility. But like I said earlier, the cold storage facility in Jarasoma is complete, and the Roots project with the Ministry of Agriculture are in the process of handing it to the community. Then they also visited Kiang Manduar, and the women gardeners in Manduar had a few issues, and some of them were the high cost of seeds for production, lack of access because of bad roads, and lack of access to market. I'm happy to inform the committee and the House that the road leading to Manduar, being constructed by the government of His Excellency President Barrow, is almost completed. And also, Manduar is one of the gardens listed by Roots for rehabilitation, and the garden has received seed support from the Roots project. Manduar is an area that is regularly visited by our extension service, and we have a personnel on the ground. And I think the same with their visit to Kiang Keneba. The challenges in Keneba that were identified was the management of Walik highlighted the lack of sufficient funding for their plans and programs. Compared to the capacity of the center, the ongoing business is small scale. The housing facility for the animals are dilapidated, and in some cases, it is not fit for purpose. In Walik, which is the West Africa Livestock Innovation Center, headquarters in Bijilo, this was intended as a sub-regional institution. And since the changing of ITC to Walik, a lot of the countries in the sub-region has had their own livestock centers, leaving this one we have in the Gambia largely underfunded with very little capacity. Knowing the capacity gap, we are assessing the Walik issue holistically, and we'll have to have a solution because currently the design was to be an institution representing most West African countries. Now that it is only left with the Gambia, budget and capacity is an issue. We've already just moved a retired veterinarian who retired from Gilma for supporting them to build capacity. However, the Walik issue must be looked at holistically, and we are assessing that. They also went to Foni Tampoto. There was a road being built by the Giraffe project. We are happy to tell you that the road is still under construction, it's not finished. The issues identified there will only be solved once the road is done, because it's lack of culvert and drainage issues, and those ones will only be finished after the road is completed. They also visited Marakisa, that is, I think, in Brikama South. The challenges in Marrakech is they face with a lot of difficulties in getting vehicles to transport their vegetables to the market. They also complained about animals and pests destroying their crops. And they also complain about thieves. Marrakech, just like Mandouar, is among the 14 gardens to be rehabilitated by Roots. The size is based on the existing design from the previous project, NEMA, like I said earlier. For the problem of thieves, we encourage them to liaise with their local community police and the Ministry of Interior. However, Marrakech is one of those places that are seriously challenged by monkeys. And this, we've advised them that a location almost always determines how much monkeys will infest. The more isolated the garden, the more likely monkeys will go. And we have also encouraged them to cultivate crops that are less likely to attract monkeys, such as onions and okra. But also, they will be supplied with the gas gun to scare pests away. As far as marketing and transport issues, there is a youth matching grant under the Roots project for which we encourage them to apply, and the youth matching grant involves transportation. For marketing also, the project and the ministry has an MIS, that is the Market Information System operated by Roots, and we also have the Agricultural Value Chain Interaction Platform. And what this platform does is members on this platform are both the producers, the transporters, and the marketers. And jointly on this platform, the issue of marketing gets addressed. This ended the report, and then they have several recommendations. Most of their recommendations centered around having CPCU play its traditional role of oversight, and also the Ministry of Agriculture and CPCU Contract Committee must ensure strict compliance and terminate those that are not delivering. Also, in the interest of continuity, the project should be managed by personnel in the institution instead of having to leave the ministry. Another recommendation they said was to ensure synergy in complementing the project efforts. All incomplete projects with contractors that do not meet their timeline should be completed before December 2023. These recommendations we are already started implementing. Like I said earlier, apart from the Roots project, we have made a policy decision that there will be no project under the ministry that will be a standalone, that will operate independently. All project activities will be implemented through our line and technical departments. Contractors that are not performing, we have already terminated some. We are in the process of evaluating the orders and recontracting it to companies that have the capacity, the material, and the manpower to do what needs to be done. So we are cognizant of their recommendation, and we have started implementing them. Most of them are already in place, and we thank the committee very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Honorable members, following consultations with both sides of the Assembly, it looks like people want to re-energize themselves to be able to effectively participate, to the extent that the proposal is we suspend sittings at this juncture, go for prayers and lunch, and then come back immediately to continue the business of the day. Pardon?
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has been here since morning. I think we can finish with him so we can release him.
Honorable Minority.
Honorable Speaker, it's after 4 o'clock. We've been sitting down since 4 o'clock. I think we need to break and have our lunch.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, in fact, this is not debatable. What I'm saying is, I have made consultations with both sides, the leaders of both sides of parliament, and it is agreed that we suspend the House. It is already 16:03. How many minutes would you need to be back again? It's 3 minutes after 4. Half past 4 or 4:45? To be reasonable with honorable members, we will say 4:45. I know 4:45 will finally be in after 5, because 4:05 also will be just time for prayers. Yes?
I'm suggesting that we make it at 4:30. Most of the members have already sneaked. They already eaten already. So it's better we resume at 4:30. 4:30. Some have already eaten, so we can come at 4:30.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, in fact, is 4:30 is just about time for prayers. Oh, you don't mind, honorable members? 4:45. I know we will not be in by 4:45. We'll start by 5. But now, honorable member, we will now suspend the sessions until 16:45. 16:45 hours. The House now stands suspended until 16:45 hours.